Loretta, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Once again, if you're just starting with us, Class 1, the order in the program was 1 and then scratch. Now coming in, we have Class 2. Class 2 is December 10th through 27th, females. Entry 6 is MINO, Leading Lady, owned by Gabriel Miner of Stratford, Missouri. Entry number 8 is ENTJ, Loretta, owned by Zanae Daishes of Nowata, Oklahoma. Entry 396, and that is an entry change in your program, is HFC Las Vegas, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. And entry 10, Pine Curtain Mona Lisa, owned by Hannah Wages of Center, Texas. Once again, this is Class 2 of your females born December 10th through 27th in the ring.
Nice class winner here. This heifer's got a tremendous amount of good. I think there's a lot of heifer here. She's got a lot of rib to her. She balances out pretty nice relative to the Class 2. She kind of wants to pick that tail head up when she gets to going and like to maybe change her off of her hind leg just a little bit. But she's a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of good. I like how maternal her neck is, and you know, it's not too freaky, but it sets up there high. She's got a nice angle to her shoulder, tons of rib and muscle, and then squares up pretty nice as well, especially on the standstill, because she puts that tail head down and really plants those hind legs. Young man, this little 5-year-old boy here, he's got a really, really nice heifer here too. She's just a little bit rounder throughout. She's rounder in that shoulder, and she's rounder in that hip, and she's a little bit shorter hip, a little bit rounder boned, and maybe frail, a little more frail, and a little smaller foot size, but I think a really high quality heifer. It needs to be second. I like the youthfulness of this heifer here in third up through her head. She just doesn't have the overall balance of the two heifers ahead of her. She's not quite as attractive, but when you really break her down, you like a lot of things about her because she fits together good, and she's got an ample amount of rib to her. She too is a little bit rounder in her hip. Like to change the design of her tail head just a little bit, but she's a wide-based heifer that's got a lot of good in her. The heifer, it concludes the class. I see a lot of really good pieces in this heifer down the road. If she goes ahead and pulls herself apart in her forerib and her hip, I think she'll be really, really good because she is really long-necked. She's got a tremendous amount of depth to her rib, and I like how she balances out. She's as level designed as any heifer in the class. If she'll go ahead and power up as she matures, I think this is an awfully good heifer that'll keep climbing her way up.
And your results for Class 2. First place goes to entry 10, Pine Curtain Mona Lisa, owned by Hannah Wages of Center, Texas. Second place goes to entry 6, MINO Leading Lady, owned by Gabriel Miner of Stratford, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 396, HFC Las Vegas, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. And fourth place goes to entry 8, ENTJ Loretta, owned by Zanae Daishes of Nowata, Oklahoma. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 2 was 2, 4, 3, 1. Now in the ring, we have Class 3. These females were born November 3rd and 15th. We have entry 12, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. We have entry 15, PBRS Long Haul, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 3 in the ring.
Two really high quality heifers here. The heifer that wins the class, when she come in, it's easy to kind of recognize what a good big heifer this one will make too. She's really sharp up through that front end. She really got a youthful head on her as well. She's extremely good in her lines and her design, and I think her feet and legs are probably what got our attention the most. I told Ryan I think this one could make a really good big one because she just strikes you as that. I like the condition she's in for a heifer calf right now too. The heifer here in second's got more muscle to her throughout, probably got more rib shape as well up high. This is a really stout heifer that's really sound on her feet and legs. There's a lot of good to this heifer. She gets a little bit rounder. She's not quite as feminine up through that head and shoulder, but I think there's a lot of good in this heifer. And you get behind her, and she's really stout. Like her vulva size relative to the heifer ahead of her as well. Just a tremendous amount of stoutness. Just doesn't have the elegance and the class as our class winner here. Two really good heifers, though.
And your results for Class 3. First place goes to entry number 12, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. And second place goes to entry 15, PBRS Long Haul, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. If you were following along in your program, Class 3's order was 1, 2. We are now ready for our Division 1 champion, reserve, and third overall selection. Coming in first from Class 1, we have entry 1, SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Moore. First place from Class 2, we have entry 10, Pine Curtain Mona Lisa, owned by Hannah Wages. First place from Class 3, we have entry 12, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer. Second place from Class 2, entry 6, Mino Leading Lady, owned by Gabriel Miner. Second place from Class 3, entry 15, PBRS Long Haul, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. We would like to welcome our judges for today. Jason Hoffman is part owner of Hoffman Ranch with his parents, Denny and Dixie Hoffman, along with his wife, Casey, and their 3 children, Haxton, Kennedy, and Hayden. Hoffman Ranch has a female and 2 bull sales annually at the ranch in Thedford, Nebraska. His family sells Hereford and Angus cattle. Jason has judged several shows across the nation, including the National Western Stock Show, Cattlemen's Congress, and many others, including several national junior shows. He enjoys living in the middle of the Nebraska sandhills, where he can be in the heart of the seed stock business. Jason believes strongly in youth programs and the great benefits it provides to our youth and the future of agriculture. He appreciates the opportunity to evaluate at our junior national show. Joining him, our associate judge, is Ryan Callahan. He is from Edmond, Oklahoma. Ryan grew up on a small purebred Angus ranch. He attended Oklahoma State University and was on the 2020-2021 livestock judging team at Oklahoma State. Ryan then went on to law school and has just graduated from the University of Oklahoma. Please help me welcome our judges, Jason Hoffman and Ryan Callahan.
Well, here in the first division, just go ahead and give them a round of applause. A really, really nice set of females. Three really, really nice class winners, three really nice second place heifers out here. I'll just go ahead and describe them briefly, kind of how we see them. This January heifer here out of the first class. So one that we just really appreciate in terms of her balance and look from the side. She's pretty big ribbed and deep and soft in the center portion of her body. She's stout and powerful in terms of her hip and pin set, and yet she's still really good in terms of her structure as well. Just a really nice heifer for that young lady. The heifer that comes here out of the second class, another one that's pretty bold ribbed and deep and soft in the center portion of her body. As we talked about earlier, we'd maybe like to see her be a little more attractive in terms of the way that she utilizes her rear legs, but still a really bold, stout, powerful female that has a great deal of good to her. That young lady's doing a great job. The heifer that comes here out of the third class, one that's really nice and feminine from the side. She's really neat and attractive in terms of her front 1/3. Pretty good down her top and square out of her hip. Plenty good in terms of her structure. If you were going to be critical of her, maybe just like to see her have a little more rear rib and flank here today, but a fresh and feminine female that's really, really nice when you look at her from the side. So we'll go ahead and look at them one more time and select a champion in reserve division. Congratulations, exhibitors.
If y'all will hold up, we are picking third overall. Your Division I champion comes out of Class 1, entry number 1, SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Your Division I reserve champion is entry 12, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. And third overall for Division I was entry 10, Pine Curtain Mona Lisa, owned by Hannah Wages of Center, Texas. Now entering the ring, we have Class 4. Class 4 is females born October 1st through 31st. Entry 16 is LGNS Smith's Lady, owned by Logan Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Entry 17 is CBHS Laney, owned by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Entry 18, VTGF Truly Charmed, owned by Eliza Truel of Skytook, Oklahoma. 19 is CYDY Miss Kitty, owned by Jordan Jones of Carthage, Missouri. Entry 20 is TASF Licorice, owned by Kendallin Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Entry 23, MLP Livin' the Dream, owned by Mackenzie Dobbs of Walika, Oklahoma. And entry 24, LFL Louis Vuitton, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is Class 4 in the ring. Don't forget, while you are enjoying the show this morning, to take a moment to go purchase your raffle tickets for the Lemmy Booster State basket tables. These are ringside. They are drawing at noon today. So don't miss your chance to go look at some of the great state baskets that are over there along the side of the ring. Purchase some tickets for our Lemmy Boosters. This is one of 2 fundraisers that the Lemmy Boosters do for our association. The Lemmy Boosters provide scholarships to high school seniors, gifts to exhibitors during opening ceremonies, and then state grants. So please go support our Lemmy Boosters, and don't forget to get your tickets before noon today. Also, while you are checking out the baskets, go through our concession stand area, walk through the booths, and support our small businesses. We have 8 businesses here with us, everything from jewelry, hats, toys, home decor, supplements. Please go through our booths, which are near our concession stands, and support the small businesses while you are here this week or here today in Tulsa.
I think a logical class winner here. This heifer dang sure balanced out the best to us. Both of us when she come in. I like the levelness of design. I like the natural depth of body, very square hip, good on her feet and legs. Relative to the class 2, I see her having big structural advantages. The heifer here in second, I like a lot of things about. We like how she balances out, and we thought she was pretty fitting here to be second. She's a well-presented heifer. If you want to just get a little bit more nitpicky, I'd like to make her a little bit more feminine through the head. She wants to toe out just a little bit. I'd like to put a bigger foot under her too. But she's got a tremendous amount of rib relative to her size. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle. She's a very wide-based heifer behind. I like a lot of things about this heifer. Really, really stout, and kind of pulls it back together up through her shoulder for one that's got that much hip in her. The heifer here in third, she's a very feminine heifer. On the standstill, I think she balances out better than what she does on the move. She shouldn't break quite as bad right behind her shoulder. She's a little bit tighter in her forerib. But I think what gets her there is she's a very feminine, long-necked heifer that's got a tremendous amount of length of body, got a really long hip in her as well with some added muscle, just a very attractive female. This heifer that follows her is just a little bit more coarse in some ways, especially up through that front end. She's got some shoulder to her, but that doesn't bother us much because she's got so much rib and hip in her as well. She's just a little bit sloppier in her kind than the heifer ahead of her. But I really like the dimension and the body and the mass this heifer has. Young lady does a good job showing her. The red heifer here is just a little bit coarser, and with that, she's probably a little bit more tubular than what's ideal. But what a tremendously long-bodied heifer. Tons of length and muscle to her. Steps down on plenty of bone. Excellent job. Excellent showman there, too. The heifer that follows her, I like this heifer in terms of her youthfulness relative to the class. I like a lot of things about her down the road. I'd like to make her just a little bit more free when she goes. She gets a little bit more narrow-chested and wants to toe out just a little bit. Struggles off of her hind legs more than what I thought she would have too by looking at her on the standstill. Heifer, it concludes the class, got a tremendous amount of shape and a tremendous amount of length. She doesn't balance out quite as nice, and she's a little bit tighter in her forerib and that flank than some of the ones ahead of her. Maybe doesn't have the advantage of bone, but I think her bone matches her body extremely well. Super, super long, just a really high quality female. And I think this young man can go on and breed a lot of different bulls to keep improving on this female because she's got so much good in her to transmit to her calves as well.
And your results for Class 4. First place goes to entry 20 TASF Licorice, owned by Kendall and Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 24 LFL Louis Vuitton, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Third place goes to entry 23 MLP Livin' the Dream, owned by Mackenzie Dobbs of Oleka, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 18 VTGF Truly Charmed, owned by Eliza Trull of Skytook, Oklahoma. Fifth place goes to entry 17 CBHS Laney, owned by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Sixth place goes to entry 19 CYDY Miss Kitty, owned by Jordan Jones of Carthage, Missouri. And seventh place goes to entry 16 LGNS Smith's Lady, owned by Logan Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 4 was 7, 5, 4, 6, 1, 3, 2. Now in the ring, we have Class 5. Class 5 is September 4th through 27th. Females. We have entry 25 TASF Lady Gaga, owned by Siddeley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. We have entry 28 J6 Caitlin, owned by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Entry 29 BTWH Lorelei, owned by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Entry 30 Mino Luck Be a Lady, owned by William Roust of Niangua, Missouri. And we had a number change. Entry 31 is actually now entry 397. HFC Leah, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. Once again, this is Class 5 in the ring. Helping out in the ring this morning, you'll notice our junior board of directors. We have Vice President Boone Beggart from Texas, Michaela Askey, also helping out from Arizona. She is our secretary this next year. Shane Kendall from North Carolina is our treasurer. New directors that are in the ring already helping us out this morning, Brent Gazaway from Oklahoma and Wyatt Jacoby from Texas. We appreciate all that our junior board has been doing to make this show successful.
This heifer, when she walked in, she's just striking. She's got a lot of elegance about her in the way she moves and puts herself together. She's dang sure the highest performing heifer in here in a lot of ways, but I think there's a lot of good in this heifer. She's a very attractive female up through that front third, and she doesn't disappoint you with her body depth. Ample in terms of muscle. She's exceptionally sound on her feet and legs, and I like a lot of that. And then Ryan and I were talking, you know, that it probably gets a little bit closer on second and third. If the third place heifer just had a little bit more to her, she'd really match up nice with this class winner. This heifer here, we're going to go ahead and use second. She's a little bit too quick pattern for us in a lot of ways. Like to put a bigger foot under her and a little more depth to her hind heel especially, but I think this heifer's so nice to look at. She's a well-designed heifer. She's got a lot to her. She's just a really bold maid type of female as well, but she's a total opposite than our class winner. But in terms of quality, she's the second best heifer in here to us. The heifer here in third's just a little bit more gangly in her kind. I'd like to make her a little bit better off of that hind leg, but the biggest thing is I'd like to power her up, especially through her pins. This is a really nice heifer, and if she'll go ahead and do all the right things as she develops, this is definitely the sleeper of the class, because for as lean as she is and as green as she is, she's got plenty of depth to her rib. I like a lot of things about her, and like I say, if she's just a little bit better and more robust up through that hip, especially in her upper hip, and just a little more pulled apart, I think she'd find herself higher in the class. Dang sure second. But the heifer that follows hers, rounder in her kind, she's a little bit quicker pattern, a little bit more opened up in that shoulder, wants to toe out just a little bit. Like to see her handle her hind leg better, but the advantages this heifer has is the length over the heifer. It concludes the class. She's really a long-bodied heifer relative to her size, and she beats a really, really stout, bold, robust heifer that's got a tremendous amount of hip in her. This heifer gets a little bit rounder from her hooks to her pins. Tail head doesn't blend in quite like some of the others, but I think she's got a lot of good in her. Toes really straight ahead. She's attractive up through that neck. What an excellent breeding piece to conclude the class.
And your results for Class 5. First place goes to entry 25, TASF Lady Gaga, owned by Sidley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Second place goes to entry 30, Mino Luck Be a Lady, owned by William Roast of Nyanga, Missouri. Third place goes to entry 28, J6 Caitlin, owned by Brock Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry 397 HFC Leah, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. And fifth place goes to entry 29 BTWH Lorelei, owned by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. If you are following in the program, the order for Class 5 is 1, 3, 5, 2, 4. Now we have our choices for Division 2, Champion, Reserve, and Third Overall. From Class 4, we have entry 20, TASF Licorice, owned by Kendall and Portwood. From Class 5, we have first place entry 25, TASF Lady Gaga, owned by Sidley Portwood. Second place from Class 4 is entry LFL Louis Vuitton, owned by Colt Parkinson. And from Class 5, second place, entry 30, Mino Luck Be a Lady, owned by William Roast of Niangua, Missouri. Once again, this is your Division II champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Well, another really, really nice division here in our second division of the day. Go ahead and give these young people a round of applause. They're doing an excellent job. Kind of like earlier, we'll just describe what we see and pick you a champion in reserve. This young lady's heifer here out of the first class in the division, one that's really, really nice. She's bold in terms of her rib shape. She's really nice in terms of the center portion of her body. She's plenty big-footed and big-boned. When you get in behind her, she's pretty stout and powerful. One that, when you look at her here from the side, we maybe just like to clean her up in terms of her lower shoulder. She maybe wants to just get a little deeper necked up front, but that's being awfully critical of a really nice female for that young lady. She does a great job out here. The heifer that comes here out of the second class, she's a longer-bodied female that's probably a little more neat and attractive in terms of her front 1/3. She's really nice in terms of her structure. We like her feet and legs. When you get in behind her, she still has plenty of stoutness and power as well. We think that she probably has the most future of any of them out here. She'll go ahead and be your champion. Congratulations, young lady. We'll bring in this second place. This young man brings out the second place out of that second class. Really nice heifer, one that's good in terms of her body type, has some stoutness of bone as well. Just a nice female for that young man. We're going to go ahead and use this young lady for reserve division. Congratulations.
And your Division II Limousine champion goes to entry 25, TASF Lady Gaga, owned by Sidley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Your Division II Reserve champion goes to entry 20, TASF Licorice, owned by Kendallin Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. And third overall for Division II goes to entry 24, LFL Louis Vuitton, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Now in the ring, we have a single class entry, Class 6, entry 33, born July 10th, LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Entry 34 is a scratch. So once again, this is single entry Class 6.
Really a nice single entry. Just a cowy looking heifer. Tons of body. Done a good job feeding her and presenting her too. I like how her belly sits lower than her brisket and how she's positioned there. And she's really good through her hip. She's got an ample amount of muscle to her for a female. Lays in good through that tail head. Wouldn't just get out and walk, but like we were saying, if she had one in front of her, she probably would. You've done a good job presenting this July heifer. Tremendous amount of look. I like the pattern of this heifer, and both of us commented on how cowy she is too. Really a good single entry.
And results for Class 6. First place goes to entry 33, LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton. If you were following in your program, Class 6 was just one and then a scratch. Next in, we have Class 7. Class 7 is June 3rd through 22nd, Limousin females. Entry 35 is DL Lucille, owned by Jace Walber of Harper, Texas. Entry 36 is LLKT Lilibet, owned by Nikki Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. Entry 38 is SSFR32L, owned by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. Once again, this is Class 7 in the ring. Would like to remind you that you can go tell your friends and family at home that they can go to liveauctions.tv and watch our show today being live streamed. Also, once again, thank our generous photo sponsors. All of this week's photos, you can go to legacylivestockimaging.com and download them for free. Thanks to our sponsors, Davis Ranches, Edward Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, and Red Rock Limousine. Once again, go to legacylivestockimaging.com to download all the photos this week for free.
Three really good breeding pieces. The heifer that wins the class, I think, has just got to in terms of performance. She's a deep-bodied heifer. Probably has a little bit more condition on her than what you might see from the outside, but I think it matches the heifer awfully good. The biggest thing about this heifer is just kind of how she moves through her hip. And like Ryan and I were talking to her when she's walking in here, her angles and everything are really good, but she's really kind of wanting to be a little bit tight in that ankle and hock and hip just a little bit. And a lot of it could be just from being on the concrete and coming in here, just what she's endured through the week. But you get away from that, and then I think this heifer has to win. She's a taller fronted heifer than the two behind her, and with that, she's just so good in her lines, and she's so good in her rib and depth, and she's really a smooth shouldered heifer along with that. Very efficient looking. That's just the one thing we'd like to change, how she's handling her hind leg on the go. The heifer here in second is just playing her up through that head and neck. But I like a lot of things about this heifer because she's a pretty dominant made heifer in terms of having some muscle in her, tremendous amount of length, handles her top really, really good for how long-bodied she is too. She's got a big foot underneath of her. Young man does a really good job showing her. Just a really, really good kind of a heifer. Just gets outclassed by our class winner here. The heifer here in third is just a little bit plainer throughout. Doesn't balance up quite as nice as the heifers ahead of her, is acting like she's wanting to come in a little bit. But anyway, this heifer's got a lot of good to her. For being a moderate framed heifer, she's exceptionally long bodied. I think she too is a great breeding piece.
In your results for Class 7, first place goes to entry 36, LLKT Lilibet, owned by Nikki Keaton of Wolford, Texas. Second place goes to entry 35, DL Lucille, owned by Jace Walber of Harper, Texas. And third place goes to entry 38, SSFR32, owned by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. The order in the program for Class 7 was 2, 1, 3. Next in our ring, we have Class 8. Class 8 has females that were born May 1st through 28th. First in, we have entry 39, SEEE Lucky Charm, owned by Miranda Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Entry 41, DL Lovely Lady May, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Entry 42, we have LFL Lindley, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Entry 43, we have MLP Luxury, owned by McKinley Palmetary of Durant, Oklahoma. Entry 45, Boss Lake Miss Manuela, owned by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Entry 46, CLAC Larissa, owned by Jade Skinniger of Rogers, Ohio. Entry 48, Wins, COBN Listen Linda, owned by Bevan Birchke of Oneida, South Dakota. And entry 51, LPIN Lollipop, owned by Raina Nichols of St. James, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 8 in the ring. These are females born May 1st through 28th.
You know, if I was a breeder out there, I'd think looking at this class, and I'm not saying the best one or one, I'm not saying one way or another whether there'll be one in contention in the end out of this class or nothing, but if you look how uniform this class is in terms of quality, if I was a breeder, I'd think, man, we have really gotten somewhere, because there's a tremendous amount of good heifers all the way through this class. They all offer something as a breeding piece. I think it's an extremely, extremely unique class, and they really get tight and uniform right there in the middle. A lot of good things, and I'd say probably a feed bucket starts separating some things too, just on management and keeping them fresh and things like that. But just a tremendously good class all the way through, and not only do they line up pretty darn close in frame size, but in terms of quality and having something to offer a breed, I would really feel accomplished if I was a breeder, and I'd probably lock this class in my mind as where you've gotten and where you want to be, because there's dang sure great breeding pieces all the way through. We get up here on the top three, and there is a lot of give and take, but we are going to leave them the way they are right now. This young man's heifer up here is probably the rawest design. She's definitely the greenest heifer, probably as green as any class winner we've had, counting the single entry classes. We like that. You know, she could be a little bit further along, but I think the flexibility this heifer offers, how she's made up through her front end, just the overall quality of this heifer, she's where she needs to be up here on the front end. With that, when you get up on top of her and you look at that front three-quarter or that three-quarter view, she's got some stifle in her, she's got some hip in her, she's got some forearm to her. When she moves, I think that's where she separates herself as well. Maybe just a little bit more, I'd say, of a concrete issue. I'm not going to make excuses for her because it is what it is, but she could probably just be a little bit better on her angle from her dew claw down, but I don't like them to have too much give and be shallow heeled either. This heifer's extremely raw design. She's fresh. She's got a tremendous amount of future in her, you know, and I guess, you know, one thing kind of Ryan and I keep saying, you know, which one do you want to feed long term? And maybe some of you might say, well, we're judging them, but this is how I like them today, for the future, for today, to get the whole way through. You know, and I think that's what separates it to the very end, is those that can manage heifers to the end. The young man's heifer here in second, she's just coarser than our class winner, but with that, she's got more to her. She's got more shape to her, wish she had just a little bit bigger vulva, but I think there's a tremendous amount of power in this heifer. She's got a lot of base width, she's got a tremendous amount of rib, and for one that's that powerful, I think they got her in the perfect shape too. She moves good enough, she's just a little bit coarser throughout, and I see her just getting a little bit coarser as she goes too, and if they were managed by the same person, I think the heifer that wins the class beats her long term. Today I like a lot of things about this heifer, unbelievable dimension and shape, and that's what puts her over the heifer here in third. This heifer probably gives up the most dimension of this top three. When you look at her, I'd dang sure like to see her have more stifle. I'd like to pull her apart in her chest floor. She's just a little bit more narrow of a constructed heifer. Presentation, she wins the class. A lot of good in this heifer, tremendous amount of good. And we just kind of felt that this heifer needed to be a little bit freer moving for giving up the muscle she does on two heifers ahead of her. But an extremely good heifer that's very well presented, and a tremendous amount of quality on the standstill, how well designed she is, and the depth, and how she carries that all the way back to her flank. We get into one right here, and we said, man, that one could raise something someday. Just powerful, dominant like a herd bull. I mean, she just got a tremendous amount of good in her. She's a little bit coarser throughout. She doesn't move quite as level as the heifers ahead of her, but you talk about one with foot size and bone and natural dimension. The problem is she's in a really, really tough class, and she just gets outclassed just a little bit in terms of her lines and just the freshness of some of the heifers ahead of her. She's a little bit coarser throughout too, but I think this heifer could go on and really raise some stout-featured cattle. Unbelievable foot size and bone and quality. Tons of dimension in this heifer. The heifer that follows her has got more on her than what you might think from the outside in terms of her composition. I'd like to freshen her up primarily back there through her pones. With that, she too needs a bigger vulva size, just reproductively, but I think She carries herself extremely good, a lot of natural body and depth to her flank, and I think she's made better through her tail head and this heifer that follows her. With that, she's also deeper. This heifer gets just a little bit rounder. She wants to pick that tail head up a little bit when she goes, but I think this is a heifer that can really go on and raise something. I just think it speaks highly of the volume of the show and particularly this class. Just a really, really good set of females. The little girl's heifer is a lot the same too. She's just a little bit rounder throughout, and with that, she's just a little bit frailer boned. She doesn't have the pizzazz of some of them. She's got an awesome disposition. Young lady does a good job, and you can tell she's been around this heifer a lot because her comfort level is extremely high out here. Kind of a heifer. The heifer that follows her is a lot the same way. She gives up the performance and the bone of some of them ahead of her, but she's got a lot of length. She carries her spine well on the move. There's a tremendous amount of good in this heifer. An extremely good class from end to end.
And your results for class number 8. First place goes to entry 41, DL Lovely Lady May, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place goes to entry 42, LFL Lindley, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Third place goes to entry 48, Wins COBN Listen Linda, owned by Bevan Birchie of Oneida, South Dakota. Fourth place goes to entry 46, CLAC Larissa, owned by Jade Skinger of Rogers, Ohio. Fifth place goes to entry 43, MLP Luxury, owned by McKinley Palmetary of Durant, Oklahoma. Sixth place goes to entry 45, Boss Lake Miss Manuela, owned by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Seventh place, entry 51, LPIN Lollipop, owned by Raina Nichols of St. James, Missouri. And eighth place goes to entry 39, SEEE Lucky Charm, owned by Miranda Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. If you are following in your program, the order for class 8 was 8-1-2-5. Turn your page, 6-4-3-7. Now in the ring, we are making our selection for Division 3, Champion, Reserve, and third overall. First in from class 6 was single entry 33 LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton of Wolford, Texas. From class 7, first place was entry 36 LLKT Lilibet, owned by Nikki Keaton of Wolford, Texas. And from class 9, first place was DL Lovely Lady, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place is in the ring for class number 8 is LFL Lindley. From class 7 is DL Lucille, owned by Jace Walber of Harper, Texas. And then from class 8, second is LFL Lindley, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is your Division 3 Champion Reserve and third overall selection.
Well, here in the third division of the day, another really nice set of females. Go ahead and give these young people a round of applause. We'll just talk them here briefly, kind of how we see them. The heifer here out of this first class, one that we really appreciate in terms of her balance and her look from the side. She's really big ribbed and deep and soft in the center portion of her body. Get in behind her, and she's just really good in terms of her width and her dimension. She even carries some of that dimension down into her lower stifle. We talked during class. She maybe wasn't moving quite as well, but that's being awfully critical. Just a female that really puts together balance and width and dimension. Just a really, really nice one for that young man. The heifer that comes here out of the second class, another one that's good in terms of her body type. She offers some length and some extension as well. When we talked to early, one that maybe gets a little bit up on her pasterns when you set her into motion, but that young lady's doing an excellent job getting her stuck. The young man's heifer that comes here out of the last class, one that's really fresh and feminine when you look at her from the side. She's long bodied. We really appreciate her length out of her hip. One that's plenty good in terms of her structure. We just like to see her have a little bit more on her here today, but still a female that's really raw and really good in terms of her design. And this young man does a great job getting her presented. So we'll go ahead and look at him and give you a champion in reserve. Congratulations, exhibitors.
And your Division 3 Limousin champion is entry 33 LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas. Your Division 3 Reserve champion goes to entry 41 DL Lovely Lady May, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. And third overall goes to entry 42 LFL Lindley, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. All right, I believe we're ready to move along. Ready for class number 9. Class number 9, we have April 12th through 29th, females. We have entry 52, TASF, Looking Classy, owned by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. We have entry 53, SSUL, How About Her, owned by Claire Sennett of Waynetown, Indiana. We have entry 54, SKSW, Miss Laney, owned by Trenton Christman of Merkersburg, Pennsylvania. Entry 55, L7, Last Word, owned by Rory Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. And entry 58, Boss Lake, Miss Manuela, owned by Callie Mosley of Bixby, Oklahoma. Once again, this is class 9 in the ring. Don't forget on our last day, while you're out and about, to thank the great state of Oklahoma and all the helpers that help put the Legends of the Mother Road on for us this week. Your co-chairmans, George Hubbard and Shanna Holloway, did a great job putting everything together. They had several committees. The award committee was Suzanne and Shelby Hubbard. Make sure you thank them as you see them. Promotions and marketing, Chairman Peyton Haley Stubbs with Kyle Haley and Ryan Cotting. Our opening ceremonies and our meals, make sure you thank Christy Sanders. Our welcome committee, Chairman Mike Palmatieri with helpers Jeff Gazaway and Jim Bob Hendrickson, did a great job. Barn and tie-outs have been wonderful. Chairman Hal Vaught and Rick Bryant and Cody Beach. Our hospitality area, make sure you thank Chairman Gina McElligott, Verna Bryant, Sue Ann Holloway, Bridget Vaught, and Lisa Schrader. Show ring, co-chairmans Linda Carrier and Shanna Holloway did a great job with the help of Lonnie Robbins and Jolene Elmore. Morgan Woodall was in charge of satellite events. George Hubbard was in charge of the finance committee with Randy and Suzanne Gilbert, Suzanne Hubbard, and Carrie Sherry. And our trade show help was Amy Gazaway. Let's give a great hand to our committees of Oklahoma.
Really good class, a lot of high quality heifers throughout. The heifer that wins the class just puts the most good together, just starting from the bottom up. She's got a big old foot underneath of her, a lot of foundation, good in her bone, and for having that much bone, really good in her joints as well. Heifer's good. She really is good on the move when you get her going. She's got maybe a little bit more bark than ideal on her, but I think she carries it pretty darn well, and she's still pretty fresh up through that front end. Maybe doesn't have the lower stifle this heifer has behind her, or the lower mass, but I think she just wins in terms of freshness. We love the power of this heifer and the foot size in this heifer. Just like to tone her up a little bit in terms of her composition, freshen her up a little bit. It's really evident back there by her pones, but a heifer that's very sound for the way she's built, got a tremendous amount of good in her with added look for having that much body and mass. Really a well-presented, freshly designed heifers here in third. The thing that we both picked up on when she come in, though, was her feet. We'd like to put a little bit better foot underneath of her, primarily off of her hind two, and she gives up the performance of the two heifers ahead of her. She's got more bone than this heifer here that follows her. I really love this heifer and how she's designed. The top 2/3 of this heifer are extremely good. They've done a good job feeding her. I love the condition she's in, very level in her design. I'd like to just give her a little bit more bone throughout. She's a little too frail to find herself any higher. It was very close for her in third and fourth. The heifer concludes the class a little bit coarser, wants to pick that tail head up. Doesn't balance out as nice as some of the heifers ahead of her. Up there in her shoulder and right behind it, I'd like to help her just a little bit more narrow gauged out of her chest. But I think she's an extremely good heifer that offers a lot.
In your results for class number 9, first place goes to entry 53, SSUL How About Her, owned by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Second place goes to entry 54, SKSW Miss Laney, owned by Triton Chrisman of Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. Third place goes to entry 52, TASF Lookin' Classy, owned by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry 55, L7 Last Word, owned by Rory Peterson of Pequanna, South Dakota. And fifth place goes to entry 58, Boss Lake Miss Manuela, owned by Callie Mosley of Bixby, Oklahoma. If you were following in the program, class number 9's order is 3, 1, 2, 4, 5. Now coming in the ring, we have class number 10. Class 10 is females born April 2nd through 9th. Entry 59 is KESC Miss Lenny, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Entry 60 is COBN Lexi, owned by Allison Runnels of Hondo, Texas. Entry 61 is Boss Lake Miss Molly, owned by Callie Mosley of Bixby, Oklahoma. Entry 62 is a scratch. Entry 63 is Legacy's Letty, owned by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Entry 65 is Richardson's Lola, owned by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas. Entry 66 is SC London, owned by Cogan Schilling of Goodland, Kansas. Entry 68 is AWR Crown Jewel, owned by Cage Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. And entry 69 is PBRS Lexus, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Once again, this is class 10 in the ring. Like to take another minute to thank some of our sponsors. Without our sponsors and the time and the resources that they give, it would not help our show to be as successful as it is. Our show's partner sponsors are Oklahoma Limousin Breeders Association, along with the Tulsa Convention and Visitors Bureau. We have diamond sponsors, Limousin 365, MC Marketing, Sundowner Trailers, and Jerry Bunch. Gold sponsors, ABS Global, Buckhorn Creek Ranch, David Schrock, Farm Credit Services of Oklahoma, Little Buster Toys, London Landscapes, P. Bar S Ranch, Oklahoma Junior Limousine Association. Our silver sponsors for this show were Coyote Hills Ranch, Live Oak Cattle Company, Robbins Cattle Company, Roger and Karen Fisher, Vet Shack, Velocity Custom Fabrication. Bronze sponsors included Livestock Nutrition Center and Professional Animal Health. The Cattlemen's Congress sponsored our programs. SignTech sponsored the banners. Our show shirts today were sponsored by Red Rock Limousine. Our showman shirts from the other day were sponsored by Lawrence Family Limousine and Parker Cattle Company. Neogen sponsored our Ultimate show 2 days ago. Thank you again for all of you who have given your time and resources to make this 2024 National Junior Show and Congress such a success. We have been told that there are some vehicles that need to be moved. I believe it's from the RV park. If you own a GMC Terrain Montana license plate 195622B, it needs to be moved. An Equinox Chevy Illinois license plate AF60041, or a BMW X5 from Texas, KBJ 6768. These have been reported that they need to be moved, and if you happen to think you know who they might be, please let them know.
Really a nice lineup of heifers. A lot of give and take throughout the whole class and different types and kinds. But the heifer that wins the class is the one that grabbed us when she come in. I think she balances out really nice. Like the presentation of this heifer. Would like to pull her apart behind, especially down low. But I think this is a really, really good kind of a heifer. Just puts the most good up relative to this class. The heifer here in second kept growing on us the longer we were out here. I'd like to change her through her head and her shoulder. But in terms of foot size and bone and having a tremendous amount of length of hip and some natural stifle and real muscle in her, I think this heifer is a really, really nice place here to be second. Just a tremendously good heifer with a lot of good in her. I'd like to see her just a little bit prettier and balance that a little bit nicer in the class winner, but I think she's got a better foot and more natural muscle for sure. The heifer here in third's a lot like our class winner in some ways, but when you get her moving, she kind of moves in three different pieces. Pretty straight up through that shoulder and opens up in her chest, and her tail head comes up a little bit. When you get her going, she's just a little bit off right behind her shoulder. But I think on the standstill, you like this heifer a whole lot, and she is a good one to compare to our class winner. She just doesn't fit together as nice and not quite as fresh as the two heifers ahead of her. This young man here in the straw hat, I like this heifer a whole lot. If she had more depth of body to her, I think she could win the class. And maybe she'll get it, maybe she won't. She's kind of on that fine line. But the thing I like about this heifer, we noticed her on paper before she come in. She was a 5 birth weight, 28 yearling. Now I can see that throughout because she's got the bone and the foot, big old round tail on her. She's pretty coarse in her shoulder relative to how she's made. But if this heifer was to transmit enough right behind her shoulder, enough body, I think she's the one to watch in the long haul of this class. Stay after her and put it to her. And I'm not saying she's got it in her, but she's pretty darn close. She'd be a fun one to feed, and both of us commented on that. But she's a really, really raw designed heifer, but I think as far as her bone and footwork, she's as good as any we've seen yet. Just need to pull her apart and soften her up a little bit. Heifer that follows her, really nice on the standstill. She wants to get that tail head picked up. I'm not sure she's got enough stifle in her, natural stifle and muscle in her to get any higher than what she is, but she's a well-presented heifer that's got a tremendous amount of good in her. Got the sweep to her rib, really deep all the way back to her flank as well. This heifer that follows her, I love a lot of things about. I like the freshness of her composition. She's just a little bit straighter up in that shoulder when you get her going, and I'd like to change her through her tail head and her pones, but a really, really good kind of a heifer. We get to a couple of heifers that just fall out of bed in terms of look a little bit, but I think this heifer's really good. I'd like to see more shape up through that forearm and back through her stifle and like some of the heifers ahead of her, but I think she blends together nice and she balances out really nice. She's just a very practical, efficient kind of a heifer. Heifer that concludes the class is extremely fresh in her composition. I like a lot of things about this heifer. She just gets a little bit tighter in her forerib and a little bit coarser in some areas. I'd like to pull her apart in her pones and maybe give her a little bit more bone, but from end to end, another tremendous class of females.
And your results from Class 10. First place goes to entry 59, KESC Miss Lenny, owned by Kessler Collins. Second place goes to entry 61, Boss Lake Miss Molly, owned by Callie Mosley. Third place goes to entry PBRS Lexus, owned by Taylor Elmore. Fourth place goes to entry 68, AWR Crown Jewel, owned by Cage Harris. Fifth place goes to entry 65, Richardson's Lola, owned by McKenna Richardson. Sixth place goes to SC London, owned by Kogan Schilling. Seventh place goes to entry 60, COBN Lexi, owned by Allison Runnels. And eighth place goes to entry 63, Legacies Letty, owned by Jocelyn Rupert. Following in your program, Class 10, the order was 1, turn your page, 7, 2, scratch, 8, 5, 6, 4, 3. Now in the ring, we have Class 11. Class 11 is March females, born March 2nd through 28th. We have entry 70, Ratliff Lacey, owned by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Entry 71, LFL Lola, owned by Ariel Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Entry 72 is a scratch. Entry 73 is JTCJ Lottie, owned by Haley Melander of Hawthorne, Florida. Entry 75 is KINS Layla, owned by Strand Stacy of Nowata, Oklahoma. Entry 76, DEBV Lainey Wilson, owned by Bradley White of Dayton, Texas. Entry 78, HB Whiskey, owned by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. And entry 79 is a scratch. Once again, in class 11, we had 2 scratches, 72 and 79. These are March 2nd through March 28th Limousin females. If you have one of our programs, make sure you check out page 8. All of our donors and buyers that help make the Genetics on Ice auction such a success. All those that donated and purchased items helped raise over $47,000 from these auctions that help our juniors throughout the year, and also help with funding our special Ken Holloway Memorial Scholarship Program. This on page 9, you will see that this scholarship gives everywhere from $2,500 in scholarship money to our grand champion heifers, to $500 scholarships to some of our reserve choices throughout the week. So once again, please make sure you check out page 8 and look at our donors and buyers and read about our special scholarship in memorial of Ken Holloway on page 9 that gives money back to our juniors.
A lot of give and take in these top two females, but we're going to start with this young man's heifer up here. They're just more power and dimension throughout, but the biggest thing for us is the base width this heifer has. She's not as dialed in as this second place heifer. I mean, this heifer is maxed out everywhere, and we like that about her because she's extremely eye-catching because of it. But when you get in front of them, there's no doubt this heifer has more chest floor. When you get behind them, there's no doubt she has more hip in her. When you get up on that front three-quarter, there's no question she has more shape throughout. Just a very, very powerful heifer. She could be freshened up through that front end a little bit, and usually, kind of structure both feet, kind of do the same thing. This heifer's just a little bit pigeon-toed up front off of her left when you're watching her come to you, but I don't think that's enough to get her beaten. Those are just very, very small differences. Unbelievable rib and hip, and just a tremendous amount of quality in this female. I'd like to tone her up just a little bit in terms of her composition, but I don't think it's unbearable by any means because she still moves really good, relatively fresh as well. A lot of length, a lot of power. She's longer bodied than what you think there too. She's just so deep and massive. This second place heifer, there's no question she's the show heifer of the bunch. Like a lot of things about her, you're just drawn to her. So much time's been put in on this heifer. You hate to kind of not use one like this because out of respect, this heifer's been a high priority for this family and what they've done with her and how good she looks. Presentation's a 10. The thing is she's just more narrow gauge throughout, primarily up there through the front end. I'd like to put more stifle in her, and with that, I'd like to pick her up in her heel when you get her to move too. Just a little more strength and stability there. Really a fun heifer to look at. The heifer here in third kind of puts herself in pieces on the move up there in that shoulder and picks her tail head up. She's a little bit tighter in her hip, and that carries all the way down into her hind leg. But she's a really, really good heifer that balances out nice, and I think she needs to be where she is just from the balance. The young man here, I really like this kid, by the way. He's got a good smile. He's very pleasant to be around. I like this kid's character a whole lot. And this is a really good heifer he's got too. She's just playing her up through her front end, playing her through that head. She doesn't have the natural sweep to her rib like some of the heifers do, but I think she's a really wide-based heifer. She's got a tremendous amount of muscle and a square hip in her. Young lady behind him's got another really, really good breeding piece. She's very cowy. She just doesn't balance out as nice. That brisket wants to sit lower than her mid-rib. With that, she could be a little bit better out of her hip to her hind leg and a little bit more bone like some of the heifers ahead of her. But you talk about one that's not going to fall apart when you go home and you turn them out. This will be her. I think she's one that'll maintain her substance very well. She'll maintain some fleshing ability, and I think she's a heifer you can breed up on. There's a lot of bulls to offer that can put that kind of depth in them and add some bone. She's got a lot of merit to breed in the next one too. The heifer concludes the class a little bit racier made, a little bit more hollower in her lower rib, a little bit straighter in her hock. Young lady's done a great job sticking with her. She's just a little bit more raw designed in some ways, but I'd like to pull her apart and soften her up a little bit, getting her higher in the class. But from end to end, an exceptional lineup of heifers.
And your results for Class 11. First place goes to entry 75, KINS Layla, owned by Strand Stacy. Second place goes to entry 78, HB Whiskey, owned by Zachary Buchanan. Third place goes to entry 70, Ratliff Lacey, owned by Claire Kessler. Fourth place goes to entry 76, DEBV Laney Wilson, owned by Bradley White. Fifth place goes to entry 71, LFL Lola, owned by Ariel Elliott. Sixth place goes to entry 73, JTCJ Lottie, owned by Haley Melander. If you were following along in our program for Class 11, the order was 3, 5, scratch, 6, 1. Turn your page, 4, 2, scratch. Now in, we have our Division 4 champion, reserve, and third overall selection. Coming in from Class 9, we have first place, which was entry 53, SSUL How About Her, owned by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. From Class 10, we have entry 59, KESC Miss Lenny, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. And from class 11, we have entry 75, KINS Layla, owned by Strand Stacy of Nowata, Oklahoma. Second place from class 9 was entry 54, SKSW Miss Laney, owned by Triton Chrisman of Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. From class 10, second place was entry 61, Boss Lake Miss Molly, owned by Callie Mosley of Bixby, Oklahoma. And second from class 11 was entry 78, HB Whiskey, owned by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Once again, this is your selection of Division 4 Limousin Champion, Reserve, and third overall. Would like to take a minute to thank those of you that participated in our Corner Post Heifer raffle. You can find all of those that donated and bought on page 10 of our program. The Nalja Board appreciates the generosity of Wolf Cattle for donating Wolf's Ladasha and to Mark Smith, Grassroots Genetics, for providing insurance for 1 year. Change Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma won the 2024 Corner Post Heifer Drawing, and Excel Ranches of Perryville, Missouri won the hotel room for a week for the National Junior Limousine Show in Congress. All of these proceeds from the drawing benefit the Corner Post Fund, which facilitates additional activities and scholarships for members of the North American Limousine Junior Association. A huge thank you to all of those who purchased tickets and for making it a successful fundraisers, with the total ticket sales raising more than $34,000. This next year, our corner post is actually going to be a reverse raffle, meaning the last ticket drawn will win $20,000. The drawing will take place at the Genetics on Ice auction. Every 25th ticket drawn will be a winner. There will be a total of 18 winners. That drawing will take place on January 6th at Cattlemen's Congress. Make sure you check with one of your junior board members to purchase a ticket. These tickets are going for $200 a piece.
Well, another excellent division of females. Go ahead and give these young exhibitors a round of applause. Really deep division filled with a lot of quality. This heifer here out of the first class, a long-bodied heifer that's pretty neat and attractive in terms of her front end. One that has some rib and some depth of body. One that I think has plenty enough dimension up high, but she gets a little disappointing as you look at her down low. Female that's good in terms of her feet and legs. The young lady does a great job. The young man heifer that comes here out of the second class, one that's really good in terms of her body type. She has some look and some balance from the side. She's maybe a little bit frailer featured, flatter female when you get her out here compared to some of these other ones, but still a really nice heifer with a great deal of body and just really nice balanced heifer as well. The heifer here that comes out of the last class, one that Jason and I were talking about, has some length of body, one that's pretty bold rib, pretty good in terms of the center portion of her body, and she's really genuine in terms of her stoutness and power from hooks to pins, and one that carries that down into her lower stifle. If you were going to be a little critical, she wants to turn in just a little bit up front, but still a really nice female for that young man, and he does an excellent job getting her stuck out here. She'll be your champion in this division. Congratulations. as we bring in the second place heifer out of that last class, one that's really good in terms of her presentation. She's pretty neat and attractive in terms of her front end, good down her top and out and through her hip. One that's probably plenty good in terms of her structure. She just gave up a little bit of stoutness and power in relation to the class winner, but she's a really nice female. She'll go ahead and be a reserve. Congratulations.
And your Division III Limousin champion comes out of Class 11. No, excuse me, comes out of Class 6. Entry 33. Sorry, I am on the wrong division. Division 4 Limousin champion comes out of Class 11. Entry 75. KINS Layla, owned by Strand Stacy of Nowata, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion Division 4 comes out of the same class. Entry 78, HB Whiskey, owned by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. And your third overall Division 4 is entry 53, SSUL, How About Her, owned by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Moving right along, we will begin Class 12. Class 12 females were born February 3rd through 22nd. We have entry 82, OLIM Last Dance, owned by Olivia Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. We have entry 83, CELL Lace, owned by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Entry 84, FWLY LHC Crystal, owned by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Entry 85, CELL Larsa, owned by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. Entry 86, TASF Lovin' That Class, owned by Bo London of Collinsville, Texas. Entry 87, OLIM Latte, owned by Kyle Rule of Dodge City, Kansas. And entry 88, FSC Legacy, owned by Hayden Miller of Chatsworth, Illinois. Once again, this is Class 12 in the ring. We have several of our Nalja Junior board members helping out in the ring all day today. Currently in the ring, we have our current president coming up, Elijah Truell from Oklahoma, Boone Beggart from Texas. We have Shane Kendall from North Carolina, Turner Sanders from Texas, Brant Gazaway from Texas, Wyatt Jacoby, and Kason Kaiser from Texas. We appreciate all of our junior board members and the help and work they've been doing all week.
Really a nice effort. Just got a tremendous amount of good in her here to win the class. She's a big framed, big outlined heifer, and when you get off of her, you kind of wish she had just a little bit more to her down low relative to her frame size. But when you get them in motion, I think she sets herself apart from the class. Love how this heifer gets along around on her feet and legs. She's an exceptionally big framed heifer that relative to this class, and she's exceptionally long, but I think with that, she holds her top together extremely good. Pretty fresh in her appearance, just a very fault-free heifer, but I think she wins on structure. Heifer here in second gets a little bit straighter and coarser up in that shoulder and even a little more narrow-chested, but I think she's got a tremendous amount of dimension to her. She's got more dimension over her top and in her stifle than our class winner. Like this heifer a whole lot, and they put a lot of time in getting her ready as well. Very good kind of a heifer, just like to refine her in some spots. The heifer here in third just isn't enough heifer to get much higher. She's a really nice designed heifer, and she's got a lot of good in her, especially on the standstill. With that, she's just a little flat from her hooks to her pins. I'd like to pull her apart in her upper hip, but I think she's a really, really well-made heifer that's really good in her lines. Heifer that follows her just gets a little bit rounder out of that hip, a little bit more opened up in that shoulder, and a little more tubular as well. But I think she's a heifer in terms of length and sheer power. I think she deserves to be where she's at. There's so much give and take in this class, but this heifer, you got to admire her for the good she's got in her. Just like to just kind of straighten her up in her lines and tweak her a little bit here and there, and I think she'd find herself higher. Heifer that follows her is really, really stout, really got a lot of shape to her. Just a little bit rounder in her kind, a little bit tighter in those ankles, and could have a bigger foot, but I think she's a nice heifer. Young man's red heifer, just a little bit past being 12 o'clock in terms of her composition. I'd like to tone her up a little bit. And it's probably pretty close between these other two heifers, but this heifer just kind of falls apart in her shoulder a little bit. I do think you got to admire her for how much bone and sheer power and muscle she has, especially down low.
And your results for Class 12. First place goes to entry 88, FSC Legacy, owned by Hayden Miller. Second place, entry 86, TASF, loving that class, owned by Bo London. Third place goes to entry 83, CELL Lace, owned by Josie Wilkins. Fourth place, entry 84, FWLY, LHC Crystal, owned by Dawson Book. Fifth place, entry 82, OLIM Last Dance, owned by Olivia Landreth. Sixth place, entry 85, CELL Larsa, owned by Grayson Nightingale. And seventh place, entry 87, OLIM Latte, owned by Kyle Rule. If you were following in your program, Class 12's order was 5, 3, 4, 6, 2, 7, 1. Now in the ring is Class 13. Class 13 is females born January 1st through 25th. We have entry 90, Ratliff, Last Chance, owned by Ashley Schrag of Moundridge, Kansas. We have entry 91, BLEE Lily, owned by Gracie Bankston of Mansfield, Texas. We have entry 93, TASF Learbird, owned by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. Entry 94, TASF Legal Class, owned by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Entry 96, ATAK Layla, owned by Zachary Alfrey of Elmwood, Illinois. Entry 97, SSUL Royal Charmed, owned by Abigail Hutchins of Hawthorne, Florida. And entry 98, AVAM Lima Bean, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 13 in the ring. Don't forget that you can go to legacylivestockimaging.com and download all of this week's photos for free. Thanks to our photo sponsors, Davis Ranches, Edward Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, and Red Rock Limousin.
Really a nice heifer to win the class, really raw in her hair coat, and you know, she could use some minor improvements here and there, but I think what you see is what you get, and I think she puts the most value up. She's got the most quality to her as well, especially in terms of her foot size and how she gets around. Subtle little things you might change, a little bit of the construction of her shoulder and right there behind her shoulder, but I think she's a very good heifer. And I think for as lean as she is, you can see how much natural depth she has to her ribs. She's a good, long hipped heifer. You can see some natural stifling in her. I just like her in terms of all the good pieces she puts together and how she ties them together for the most part. But I think one big thing is her foot size and how she gets around the ring. She needs to win the class. The heifer here in second, like a lot on the standstill. She's a well-presented heifer. Good job, young lady. She's a well-presented heifer. A lot of good in this heifer. She just moves a little bit too straight off of that shoulder. I think a lot of that's relative to her foot size, With that, she wants to pick her tail head up a little bit and kind of put herself in pieces a little bit when you go, but she ties herself together better than the heifer here in third, and she's a little bit fresher in her appearance as well. This heifer in third's got a lot of good in her. When she's on the standstill up high, you like her as much as anything in the class. When you get off of her and watch her, though, she's just a little bit deeper necked, and she's got a little bit more in her brisket. She's a little bit straighter lined underneath. In her lower rib, I don't think she's got the natural sweep to her. But the biggest thing is I'd like to change her in her movement primarily off of her hind end when you ask her to go. Really a stout made heifer. Here's a heifer in fourth. She's just a little bit coarser up through that head and a little bit straighter in her shoulder. A lot of muscle in her, a lot of base width. I'd just like to refine her and put her in a more feminine package. Young man that follows her has got a really nice heifer that's very well presented. She's very fresh in terms of her condition. She too is a little bit straighter shouldered. She doesn't have the performance as the heifers ahead of her. I'd like to refine her just a little bit. And I think if you're going to be moderate, you got to be extra sound and just a little bit more functional in some areas. And what this heifer is, lays a lot of natural muscling down over her hip, back through her hip, with some added bone relative to her size as well. I like this heifer, a lot of things about this heifer. She blends together really good, but I think a lot of that's probably she's just got a little bit more condition on her than what's ideal. Like to tone her down, improve her in terms of the size of her vulva, and maybe put more natural power over her top and back through her hip. She wants to get a little bit more narrow on that tail head and pin set, but I think she's a really, really good heifer. She's extremely good to look at when you get back off of them. The heifer concludes the class, just doesn't balance out quite as nice. Her teat placement isn't quite as nice as some of the heifers ahead of her. She's a really long pattern heifer that's got a lot of good in her, and I think she's an excellent breeding piece. Got big feet relative to her size underneath of her. She's sound enough, just a tremendous amount of quality. Like to see her balance up and just be stoutened up a little bit to get any higher. Good job from end to end.
And your results for Class 13. First place goes to SSUL Royal Charmed, owned by Abigail Hutchins. Second place, entry 94 TASF Legal Class, owned by JC Parrish. Third place, entry 90 Ratliff Last Chance, owned by Ashley Schrag. Fourth place, entry 93 TASF Learbird, owned by Kaylee White. Fifth place, entry 96, Attack Layla, owned by Zachary Alfrey. Sixth place, entry 98, AVAM Lima Bean, owned by Ava Miller. And seventh place, entry 91, BLEE Lily, owned by Gracie Bankston. If you were following in your program, Class 13's order is 3742516. Now we will have our Division 5 champion reserve and third overall selection. From Class 12, we have first place, entry 88, FSC Legacy, owned by Hayden Miller of Chatsworth, Illinois. From Class 13, we have entry 97, SSUL Royal Charm, owned by Abigail Hutchins of Hawthorne, Florida. Second place from Class 12, TASF Lovin' That Class, owned by Bo London of Collinsville, Texas. And second place from Class 13, entry 94 TASF Legal Class, owned by JC Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Once again, this is your Division 5 champion, reserve, and third overall selection. Don't forget to stop and look at the Limmy Booster baskets over here to my right up against the wall. You have about an hour and a half before they draw for the raffles. Please go support our Limmy Boosters.
Well, another really nice set of females. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. This young man's heifer here out of the first class, one that we really liked, just a very genuine female, has some length and extension when you look at her from the side. She's really stout and powerful in terms of her hip and her pin set. One that I think is good enough in terms of the center portion of her body. You maybe like to see her a little deeper flanked here today, but still a stout and powerful female with some length of body that's plenty good in terms of her structure, and that young man does a good job getting her shown out here. The young lady's heifer that comes here out of the second class, one that's pretty good in her body type, one that I think is plenty good when she set her into motion. She maybe just needs to be a little stronger in behind her shoulder. She maybe just gets a little bit up in the center part of her back, but that's being awfully critical of a feminine, nice-looking heifer from the side. So the young man out of your first class will go ahead and be your champion. Congratulations. You know, this second place heifer here out of the first class, we talked about her earlier, one that has some rib and some body, maybe just like to clean her up in terms of her lower shoulder, but a heifer that has some foot and some bone, good in terms of her body type, a nice female for that young man. But this young lady here out of the second class will go ahead and be your reserve in this division. Congratulations.
And your results for Division 5. Division 5 champion comes out of Class 12, entry 88, FSC Legacy, owned by Hayden Miller of Chatsworth, Illinois. Your Division 5 Reserve champion comes out of Class 13, entry 97, SSUL Royal Charm, owned by Abigail Hutchins of Hawthorne, Florida. Your third overall was entry 94, TASF Legal Class, owned by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Now in our ring, we have Class 14. Class 14 contains 2 entries. Entry 101, a December 2nd female, PC Apple Deluxe, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Entry 103 is a November 15th female, BNTL Kokomo, owned by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Once again, this is Class 14 in the ring.
Two really good heifers here. We're going to leave them the way they come in. We see this heifer just being a little bit fresher. I like how she gets out of her front end better than the heifer here in second. Got a little bit more of a natural neck set that comes out a little bit higher out of her shoulder. With that, she lays down some length, and don't mind them giving in their top just a little bit at this age. I think it almost makes them look more cowy and functional, and this heifer does. With that, for being a moderate framed heifer, she's exceptionally long bodied and really long out through her hip as well. Like to clean her up underneath her navel a little bit. This heifer is probably just a little bit more on stale side, a little bit straighter in that shoulder. Doesn't have the base width of our class winner either, but she's exceptionally long hipped relative to her size. She's good in her spine. Young man does a good job showing her. Tremendous amount of good in both these heifers. And the second place heifer, I just love the teat placement on that female as well. Both very, very good heifers.
Your results for Class 14. First place goes to entry 101 PC Apple Deluxe, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Second place goes to entry 103 BNTL Kokomo, owned by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Following in your program, Class 14's order was 1-2. Next in, we have Class 15. 2 entries in this class, both born November 2nd. We have entry 104 SRFZ Kendall, owned by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. And entry 105 TASF Kerrigan, owned by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Once again, this is Class 15 in the ring.
Another really nice pair of heifers. The young man's heifer, just a little bit fresher design. With that, she's got more bone, got more depth to her rib. I think she's a very appropriately sized heifer. It's just good throughout. She doesn't just totally stand out anywhere other than really she's got quite a bit more bone than what you'd think from looking at her up above. But this is a really good long design level made heifer. The heifer here in second's got a tremendous amount of shape to her. She's just a little bit rounder throughout. She's a little bit rounder in her rib. Down low, I'd like to see her have some more depth, a little bit rounder up in that shoulder. I might clean her up through her brisket just a little bit, but I think she's got a lot of power to her and a tremendous amount of good, and she too has some base width. Two very good heifers.
Your results for Class 15. First place goes to entry 104 SRFZ Kendall, owned by Landry Kleeman. Second place, entry 105 TASF Kerrigan, owned by J.C. Smith. If you're following in the program, Class 15's orders 1-2. Next entry, or next class, is a single entry class. Class 16, entry 106, female born October 3rd, LLKT Kimber, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas.
Nice single entry heifer for this age. I think she moves pretty good, pretty comfortable out here. Got some natural depth to her, exceptionally long hip, and really got a wide pin set in her. Just a lot of good in this single entry.
And your results for Class 16, entry 106, LLKT Kimber, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas. We are now on our last class, Class 17. 2 entries to this class. Then we will have our Division 6 champion reserve and 3rd selection, and then our grand champion limousine female drive. Last class of the limousine show today is class 17. These females were born September 16th and 21st. Class 17, 107. Class 17, entry 107. TASF, Keep It Classy, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Second in will be entry 108, WWST Charisma, owned by Cora Burns of Macy, Indiana. Once again, this is class 17, our last class. After class 17, we will have our Division 6 champion reserve and 3rd selection, and then our grand champion drive. Class 17 is in the ring.
And start with this young man's heifer up here. Just really admire for how fresh she is at this stage. Like her in terms of her structure. What you see is what you get. Got a lot of natural depth of rib to her. Adequate in terms of muscle. Just a very fresh, high-quality type of female. The heifer here in second is really a high-performing, long-bodied heifer. She's just kind of getting a little bit more stale at this stage. A little bit more brisket and what's ideal, and like to pull her apart throughout. But I think she's a very, very good, high-performing, long-bodied, exceptionally long-hipped heifer.
And your results for class 17. First place goes to entry 107 TASF, Keep It Classy, owned by Ben Spencer. And second place, entry 108 WWST Charisma, owned by Cora Burns. If you're following in your program, class 17's order was 1-2. Now in, we have our Division 6 champion, reserve, and 3rd overall selection. From class 14, we have first place, entry 101, PC Apple Deluxe, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. From class 15, we have entry 104, SRFZ Kindle, owned by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. From class 16, we have entry 106, LLKT Kimber, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. From class 17, we have entry 107, LLKT Kimber, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. From class 16, we have entry 106, LLKT Kimber, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. From class 17, we have entry 107, LLKT Kimber, owned by Cole Keaton of Wolforth, Texas. And from Class 17, we have entry 107 TASF Keep It Classy, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Our second place from each class, Class 14, we have entry 103 BNTL Kokomo, owned by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. From Class 15, second place was entry 105 TASF Kerrigan, owned by J.C. Smith of Decatur, Arkansas. Class 16 was a single entry. Class 17, second place goes to entry 108 WWST Charisma, owned by Cora Burns of Macy, Indiana. Once again, this is your Division 6 Champion Reserve and third overall drive. Once these are selected, we will begin our Grand Champion Limousin Female Drive. Of course, when we are done with our drive, we will have a break for pictures before we start our Lim Flex show.
Well, another really good division here in the senior yearlings. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. We'll just kind of describe them here briefly, how we see them. The heifer here out of the first class, one that's really bold in terms of her rib shape. She's deep in the center portion of her body. Get in behind her, and she's real stout and powerful in terms of her hip and pin set. As we talked earlier, you maybe want to clean her up just a little bit in terms of her navel, but just a big rib, stout female that's good in terms of her structure. The heifer that comes here out of the second class, definitely one that strikes you with a lot of look and presence from the side. She's good down her top and square out of her hip. A big bone female that's plenty good in terms of her body as well. When you set her into motion, she's really good just in terms of her angles, and she gets out and goes really, really well. The heifer that comes here out of the third class, one we talked about earlier, has some depth of rib, has some body. A female that's plenty good in terms of her bone. When you get in behind her, she too has some width and some dimension. I just maybe like to clean her up in terms of her front end. She maybe just gets a little plainer when you look at her from the side, but that's being critical on a really, really nice female. That young man's doing a good job. The heifer here out of the last class, one that we liked as well, good in terms of her body type, one that I think has enough muscle when you get in behind her. She maybe wants to curl in a little bit up front on them toes. She's maybe a little bit the frailer featured heifer when you get her back out here, but still a nice female that offers some look and some presence from the side. That young man does a good job getting her presented. So go ahead and give another round of applause, and we'll pick your champion in reserve. As we bring the second place heifer here out of the second class, one that we talked about that had some rib and some body to her. We maybe just like to clean her up a little bit in terms of her front end, but a heifer that has some length of body, and this young lady does a really excellent job getting her presented. We're going to go ahead and use this heifer out of the first class for reserve. Congratulations, young man.
And your Division 6 Limousin champion is entry 104 SRFZ Kendall, owned by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Your Division 6 reserve champion is entry 101 PC Apple Deluxe, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. And third overall is entry 107 TASF Keep It Classy, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. We are now ready. Oh, almost ready to begin our grand drive. Don't forget, you've got about an hour and 10 minutes before our Limousin Limmy boosters draw for their raffle tickets for the baskets. So after the drive, make your way over there, purchase some raffle tickets to support our Limmy boosters who support our juniors. Drawing is at noon today. Take a few minutes to walk by the concession stand and check out the booths that are in the breezeways. Once again, don't forget, you can download all images this week for free. Thanks to our photo sponsors with LegacyLivestockImaging.com, Davis Ranches, Edwards Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, Red Rock Limousin. Now we are ready for our Grand Champion Drive. Coming out of Division 1, we have Entry 1, SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Out of Division 2, we have Entry 25, TASF Lady Gaga, owned by Siddeley Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Out of Division 3, we have entry 33, LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas. Out of Division 4, we have entry 75, KINS Layla, owned by Strand Cooper Stacy of Nottawa, Oklahoma. Out of Division 5, we have entry 88, FSC Legacy, owned by Hayden Miller of Chatsworth, Illinois. And out of Division 6, we have entry 104, SRFZ Kendall, owned by Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Our second place from Division 1, we have entry number 12, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Out of Division 2, second place was entry number 20, TASF Licorice, owned by Kendall and Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Out of Division 3, we have entry 41, DL Lovely Lady, owned by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Out of Division 4, second place was entry 78, HB Whiskey, owned by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Out of Division 5 was entry 97, SSUL Royal Charmed, owned by Abigail Hutchins of Hawthorne, Florida. And out of Division 6, second place was entry 101, PC Apple Deluxe, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Once again, this is your Grand Champion Limousin Female Drive. We will select Grand, Reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. So once again, we are looking for Grand, Reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall.
Really been an exceptionally good show the whole way throughout. A lot of give and take in some of these females, and maybe that one doesn't just line up perfect for some people's mind, but the lineup lines up perfect for Ryan and I, the way we like them. I think your breed has so much good to offer, and the the direction you guys are going reminds me of a lot of where we were at in the Hereford deal. You know, this junior program just put more life to it and picked it back up, and the numbers grew and the quality grew, and it was really cool to have one. And I really feel that's the case for your Limousin breed too. You guys stuck with it, and thank goodness for the foundation breeders that kept it going and put all this together, because it's brought a lot of new life and new faces into your breed, and the quality is exceptionally good here. I think you're a breed that's known for adding power to the industry, and I don't want to see you give up that for the show ring either. You still need a lot of red meat in these cattle. I think it's a big part of your place in the industry, and so we like the cattle with a little bit more shape, a little bit more underneath maybe than some, and didn't just totally line up off of profiles and look. But there's give and take in all of them, and all of them have so much good to offer. I think it's an exceptionally good lineup of heifers. There's give and take throughout, but the quality of this show the whole way down to the end was unbelievable, and it's really a huge thing. I think that the breeders and other exhibitors pick up the kids that maybe didn't have the show they wanted and make them want to come back for more, because it looks like you're doing a great job with your youth, and I think all these kids and the ones back in the barn deserve a big round of applause. I'm really thankful that Ryan come out here with me, and he's been really fun, and I think we align pretty well alike. He's a good, energetic young guy that's got a lot to offer the industry, but one of the coolest things I think he said was there was a parent getting pretty excited on the outside of the ring, and I said, boy, that kid's parent's really excited, and he said when he stops and thinks about it, that the best parts of these shows, he really didn't care how he did, which don't think he's not competitive, because he played club basketball at a high level, he showed at a high level, and now he's working on his law degree. Uncompetitive people wouldn't have put that forth, so don't think he's not competitive. But the thing he said and the thing he took away from these was no matter how he did, he doesn't even remember all that. It was the time spent with his family, and that is what's important, and that's, I'm sure, what's important for most of you. And what better way could you spend an Independence Day than showing with your kids? So anyway, I'm very proud to have Ryan out here. I'm proud of your youth here, and just a tremendous good lineup. And we'll let Ryan say a few words, and then we'll go pick your champions.
Well, I don't normally like to say a whole lot, but I've just been really impressed with the quality here today. The Limousin breed is doing a lot of excellent things, and these kids have been a pleasure to be around, and I've just been impressed with the depth and the quality of the cattle here today, and so, you know, thank you to everybody ringside. Go home and thank your parents. They're the ones that make it all possible. And anyway, so give everybody a round of applause for an excellent set of cattle, and thank you for having us.
And your grand champion Limousin female comes out of class 4, entry 75, KINS Layla, shown by Strand Cooper Stacy of Nottawa, Oklahoma. Your reserve grand champion Limousin female comes also out of that same class 4, entry 78, HB Whiskey, owned by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Third overall limousine female comes out of Division 1. Entry 1, SJMR Marietta, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Fourth overall limousine female comes out of Division 3. Entry 33, LLKT Lassie, owned by Jacob Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas. And your fifth overall limousine female comes out of Division 1, entry number 12, BSFR Rhythm and Harmony, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Let's give another round of applause for all of our juniors. And once again, we thank our judges, Jason Hoffman and Ryan Callahan. We will take a picture with judges, picture break, before we begin our own Lim Flex show. Don't forget, go by and visit the Limmy Booster table. You have about 55 minutes before they draw. Check out our booths in the concession stands. And after pictures, we will begin the next portion of our show today. We are looking at starting the Lim Flex show at 12 o'clock. You've got about 18 minutes or so to go by and check out the Limmy Booster table, get those Limmy raffle tickets, support the Limmy Boosters. They are drawing at noon. Also, over close to the backdrop, we have some extra show shirts for sale and showman shirts. Shirts for sale. Those are $10 a piece. I think on the showmanship shirts, she said that there's mostly youth sizes left, but then there is a couple variety of adult sizes on the show day shirts, the yellow ones that the kids are wearing today. If you'd like to purchase any of those, go to the table over there by the photo booth and purchase you an extra show shirt or showmanship shirt. And again, we will be starting the Lim Flex show at noon. All right, we're going to be able to get started a little early. We are ready to begin our Lim Flex show. Coming in the ring, we have class number 18 of your Lim Flex females. These females were born January 4th through 30th. We have entry 111, CHAC, Man, I Feel Like a Woman, shown by Logan Joseph Sashery of Dayton, Texas. We have entry 113, SKSW, Miss Larissa, shown by Triton Chrisman of Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. We have entry 114, ENTJ, Magnolia Gold, shown by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. We have entry 115, KRLE, Miami, Miami, shown by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 117 is a scratch. Entry 118, SEEE Marshmallow, shown by Harley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. And entry 119, AMPU Marley, shown by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Entry 114 was also a scratch in this class. So once again, this is class 18, females born January 4th through 30th in the ring.
We're going to leave these heifers how they are. The young man's heifer up front here, she puts the most good together. She ties the most good together. She's got some length and some body, a lot of future too. She's made sharp up through that front end, like how she is through her head, carries herself back on the move. I think she's good. She is good in her foot size and bone work. Just a very, very high quality kind of a heifer. This heifer here in second balances out extremely well now. She might be a little bit quicker pattern than the heifers on each side of her, but I think she's just so much smoother right behind her shoulder and got more shape and rib shape and spring of rib and more turn to her hip than the heifer here in third. The heifer in third I like a lot of things about. She's really, really long. She's got a really deep rib set, and she's pretty level. She does want to get that tail head up just a little bit. She's level designed over her top, but she just kind of pulls that up. I'd like to tweak that just a little bit, but I think this is a really good kind of a female. Young lady is doing a great job sticking with her heifer here in fourth. That heifer's got a lot of future to her. She's very feminine up through that front end. Got a lot of natural depth to her as well for a heifer that's so green. She's just a little more concave in that forerib, but I think as time goes, she can close the gap. She just needs to power up a little bit and have more spring and shape to her rib. But there's a lot of good in that female heifer. Concludes the class very efficient, very functional, good on her feet and legs. She just gives up the bone and the power of the heifers ahead of her.
And your results for class 18. First place goes to entry 111, CHAC, Man I Feel Like a Woman, owned by Logan Sashry. Second place goes to entry 113, SKSW, Miss Larissa, owned by Triton Chrisman. Third place goes to entry 115, KRLE, Miami, owned by Carly Favor. Fourth place goes to entry 118, SEEE, Marshmallow, owned by Harley Edwards. And fifth place, entry 119, AMPU Marley, owned by Amanda Purvis. If you're following in our program, the order for class 18 is 1, 2, scratch, 3, scratch, 4, 5. Coming in now, we have class 19. Class 19 is our Lim Flex females born December 1st through December 15th. We have entry 121, JNCA Ladylike, owned by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas. We have entry 122, PBRS Looking Good, owned by Case Brockus of Holden, Missouri. We have entry 124, PBRS Long Jump, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. We have entry 125, PBRS Good Times, owned by Ella Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. And entry 126, ENTJ Lorelei, owned by Eliza Trull of Skytook, Oklahoma. Once again, this is class 19 of your Lim Flex females in the ring.
Really a nice class winner. She's a little bit more mature than some of the heifers in the class, but she dang sure balances out the nicest too. She's good on her feet and legs, got a lot of power to her. She's got some look to her for how much body she's got. A lot of substance in this heifer. Good depth of rib, good in her forerib. Just a very, very good heifer that's easy to look at. The heifer here in second, I think, has got a lot of future. Probably doesn't have the advantage on the hair coat, but I think there's a lot of good in this female. She's extremely long and got some added look. She's got shape over her top and back through her hip. Good enough on her feet and legs as well. The heifer here in third's a lot the same way. She's a little bit frailer bone and got a little more set from her hock to the ground. Pattern-wise, the top 2/3 of this heifer are extremely good. How she's made through her neck, how it is into her body, and back out through her hip. The heifer here in fourth, just a little bit frailer in her kind, a little bit tighter in her hip. Like her on the stand still and how much length she's got to her. A lot of shape up high, but I think she's smooth enough shouldered, smooth enough in her muscle pattern to get over this heifer. It concludes the class. Stoutest hip heifer in the class, probably as much bone as any as well. Just like to see it tie together in more of a feminine package, but from end to end, tremendous set of heifers that offer a lot.
And your results for Class 19. First place goes to entry 124 PBRS Long Jump, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Second place goes to PBRS Good Times, owned by Ella Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. Third place goes to ENTJ Lorelei, owned by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Fourth place goes to entry 122 PBRS Looking Good, owned by Case Brockus of Holden, Missouri. And fifth place, entry 121 JNCA Ladylike, owned by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas. If you're following in our program, Class 19's order is 54123. Next in the ring, we have Class 20. Class 20 are females born November 18th through 25th. First in is entry 127, Senate Laurel, owned by Tinley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. Entry 128, PBRS Lucy, owned by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas. Entry 129, 129 BBPB Leona, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 130 LDIL Landing, owned by Ellie Deal of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 131 DL Limelight, owned by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. And entry 132 RCC Luxury, owned by Eliza Truhl of Skiatook, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 20 of your Lim Flex females.
Really nice class the whole way through. I think there's a lot of exceptional breeding pieces in here. Heifer wins the class, just one of those that catches your eye when she comes out. She's probably could be just a little bit leveler in her spine to her loin back to her tail head, but I think this is a really, really good kind of a female. She's so flexible when you get her to move. She's so right in her rib with still being pretty lean in her composition. She's got some natural muscle and some stifle. I like to just blend her together over a little bit better over top and back through her tail head. Heifer here in second's a powerful one. Big feet and good feet too. She's got some depth to that heel. Just a very good kind of a heifer. She's extremely robust. She's extremely big ribbed and massive. Probably going to get a little bit plainer as she goes. But if they can keep this one together, I think this is an exceptionally good female. Pretty close in 1 and 2, just a little bit more elegance in our class winner. The heifer here in third is another nicely presented heifer, just a little bit straighter in that shoulder and flatter in her hip. Very, very good in her lines though, and just a lot of good and function in this female. Heifer that follows her has got a long old reach when you ask her to move. She's good on her feet and legs. Just gives up the bone and the overall mass and volume of the heifers ahead of her. But I think one that's got some really good pieces for the future. Heifer that follows her gets a little bit rounder. She's a little bit more tubular in her design. Like to square her up just a little bit and give her some more length from her hooks back to her pins. But I think that's a really good kind of a heifer. More of a frail bone heifer concludes the class, but I think there's still a lot of future in this heifer. She's extremely long and extremely feminine. She just gets outweighed and outpowered by the heifers ahead of her.
And your results for Class 20. First place goes to entry 127, Senate Laurel, owned by Tenley Edwards. Second place, entry 130, LDIL Landing, owned by Ellie Deal. Third place, entry 129, BBPB Leona, owned by Ellie Deal. Fourth place, entry 128, PBRS Lucy, owned by Caitlin Ayers. Fifth place, entry 131, DL Limelight, owned by Carly Favor. And sixth place, entry 132, RCC Luxury, owned by Eliza Truel. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 20 was 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 6. Now entering the ring, we have Class 21. Class 21 is females born November 2nd through 13th. We have entry 134, PBRS Lakeside, owned by Kelsey Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri. We have entry 136, Ashmet W. Weiss Queen Ruth, owned by Caitlin Neese of Okemos, Oklahoma. Entry 137, Reba's Iced Out, owned by Bailey Smith of Choctaw, Oklahoma, or Shakota, Oklahoma. 138, CELL 3456, owned by Michaela Askey of Queen Creek, Arizona. And entry 131, Auto Lucky Time, owned by Ainsley Palish of Frona, Missouri. Once again, this is Class 21 in the ring.
The Limousin boosters would like to thank all of those that supported our state baskets raffle this week. And we have announced, have our winners. We have Hadley Harrell, Bianna Thomas, Betty Keaton, Josie Osborne, the Chapel family, Pete Anus, Ella from Kansas, that's all we have, Margie Wallace, Hartley Edwards, Quinn Edwards, the Pennell family, Darla Borden, Super C, OT, Molly James, and Elizabeth Edwards. Congratulations to those, and you can pick up your baskets now. Thank you.
Really a nice stout featured effort to win the class. A little bit coarser in her tail head, but I think just in terms of power, natural substance, and one that can still get around the ring, I think she needs to win. A lot to this female, a lot of rib, a lot of hip, just a very, very good kind of female with added bone as well. Heifer here in second, we like a whole lot. We like the freshness and the presentation. She's a little bit straighter up in that shoulder, and with that, you know, I'd like to see more bone if she's going to be that way. Just like to power this heifer up throughout. They've done a good job feeding and presenting this heifer. The heifer here in third is a little bit rounder in her hip, struggles a little bit more out of her front end, but I think she's a heifer that's got a tremendous amount of shape over her top, probably as good right behind her shoulder as the top three. She wants to pick that tail head up a little bit more than ideal, and I'd like to smooth her up in her joints. The heifer that follows her, a really well-made, smooth pattern heifer that just needs more power throughout. The heifer that concludes the class got some length relative to her size. She's good in her bone work. Just like to change the setting of her hind leg and give her a little bit more power in her upper hip to get any higher.
And your results for class 21. First place goes to entry 137, C5 Reba's Iced Out, owned by Bailey Smith. Second place goes to entry 134, PBRS Lakeside, owned by Kelsey Morris. Third place goes to Auto Lucky Time, owned by Ainsley Palish. Fourth place, Lashmet Weiss Queen Ruth, owned by Caitlin Neese. And fifth place, CELL 3456, owned by Michaela Askey. If you're following in your program, Class 21's order was 24153. Now we have our first place winners coming in from these four classes to make up our Division I champion, reserve champion, and third place overall. Once again, this is our Division I champion drive. From Class 1, we have entry 111, CHAC Man, I Feel Like a Woman, owned by Logan Sashery of Dayton, Texas. From Class 19, we have entry 124, PBRS Long Jump, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. From Class 20, we have entry 127, Senate Laurel, owned by Tinley Edwards of Higginsville, Missouri. And from Class 21, we have entry 137, C5 Reba's Iced Out, owned by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Second place from these classes. Second place from Class 18, entry 113, SKSW Miss Larissa, owned by Triton Chrisman of Mercersburg, Pennsylvania. Class 19, second place, entry 125, PBRS Good Times, owned by Ella Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. Second place from Class 20 is entry 130, LDIL Landing, owned by Ellie Dill of Marshville, Missouri. And second place from Class 21 is entry 134, PBRS Lakeside, owned by Kelsey Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri. Once again, this is your Division I champion reserved and third overall selection.
Well, First Division out here back in the show today. Go ahead and give these young exhibitors a round of applause. An excellent set of cattle. We'll just go through them briefly here. The young man out of the first class has a really nice female, one that you have to appreciate when you look at her from the side. Really neat and attractive in terms of her front 1/3. Pretty level down her top and good out of her hip. A female with some body. One that's pretty good in terms of her feet and legs, and he does a good job getting her presented out here. It's a nice female. The female that comes here out of the second class, one that we just really have to appreciate in terms of her rib and depth of body. A female that has plenty of foot and bone to go underneath her. I think when you get in behind her, she's pretty stout and powerful in terms of her hip and pin set. We maybe just like to clean her up just a little bit in terms of her front end, but that's being critical of a really, really good one. The female that comes here out of the third class, one that we talked about is being long and extended, pretty neat and attractive out of her front end. If we were going to be critical, one we talked about earlier, maybe just gets up in her top on the move, but still a nice, long, neat and attractive female. That young lady's doing a good job. The young lady here out of the last class, a female that has some foot and some bone. She's stout from hooks to pins. A female that has plenty of enough body there in the center portion. Female that offers a lot of length of body to go along with it. That young lady's doing a good job. Has her stuck out here. A nice set of females. I think Jason and I used the second class for champion. Congratulations, young lady. Bring this young lady second place out here, and another one that offers some length of body. She's neat and attractive from the side, plenty of width and dimension when you get in behind her. This young man out of the first class, he'll be your reserve, and the young lady at the end, she'll be third. Congratulations.
And your Division One Lim Flex champion goes to entry 124 PBRS long jump, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. Your Division One reserve champion goes to entry 111 CHAC Man, I Feel Like a Woman, owned by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. And your third overall for Division One goes to entry 137 C5 Reba's Iced Out, owned by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Next in the ring, we have Class 22. Class 22 is females born October 11th through 28th. First in, we have entry 142, DLCN Little Honey, owned by Cash Stutz of Gary, Texas. Entry 145, PBRS Leather and Lace, owned by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas. Entry 146, C5, Reba's Iced Out, owned by Kason Lee from Paris, Arkansas. Entry 147, CHR Let Her Roll, owned by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Entry 148 is a scratch. Entry 149, LFL Lonesome Dove, owned by Eliza Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. And entry 150, CHR Lana Sue, owned by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Once again, this is Class 22. of your Lim Flex females in the ring.
Two really nice heifers. A little bit different in terms of freshness design, and that favor probably goes to our second place heifer. But I like this heifer here that wins the class, and Ryan does as well. And when she come in, she kind of hit us too. She moves really good. She's one you gravitate towards because she's pretty darn fault-free. Exceptionally long spine, neck comes out good out of her shoulder, good on her feet and legs. She could maybe just be a little bit more round-footed to be ideal, but I like this heifer a whole lot. Good rib for how feminine she is. Tremendous length from her hooks to her pins, and she's just better in her forerib and chest than this heifer that's in second. I like the freshness of design. I like the youthfulness of this heifer. She's a little bit more narrow-chested, and it's very evident up through her brisket and then there in her forerib. I'd like to pull her apart. A great sweep to her rib, ample in terms of muscle. The heifer here in third, just a little bit plainer, a little bit on the quicker side in terms of a growth pattern, but I think she's a very nice Cowie-made type heifer, very functional and very efficient, the type that takes extremely easy to feed. The heifer that follows her is a little bit tighter. She's flatter in her forerib. I'd like to pull her apart just a little bit and give her more spring to her rib and just more shape throughout and balance her out just a little more massive. The heifer that follows her takes a long stride, and there's a lot of good in this heifer. She's just a little bit tighter in her forerib and flank, wants to get a little bit tighter in her loin as well. But I think this is a really long, extended heifer. It's got a nice pattern. Young man's heifer concludes the class. She's a big rib female. It's actually good muscled, especially down low. She gets a little more narrow in her pins. She's just a little bit more stale over her top. You can see she reads with a little bit more than what I would have thought from the outside. She's functional enough. I think she's a great breeding piece a young man can go on and do a whole lot with if you can just pull her apart a little bit.
And your results for Class 22. First place goes to entry 146, C5 Reba's Iced Out, owned by Kason Lee of Paris, Arkansas. Second place, entry 147, CHR Let Her Roll, owned by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Third place, entry 150, CHR Lana Sue, owned by Porter Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Fourth place, entry 149, LFL Lonesome Dove, owned by Eliza Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Fifth place, entry 145, PBRS Leather and Lace, owned by Caitlin Ayers of Gary, Texas. And sixth place, entry 142, DLCN Little Honey, owned by Cash Stutes of Gary, Texas. If you're following in our program, the order for Class 22 was 6512, scratch 43. Now entering our ring is Class 23. Class 23 females consist of those born October 2nd through 6th. We have entry 152, LFL Lenore, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. Entry 153 is a scratch. Entry 154 is KVLN 3426, owned by Dawson Book of Logan, Iowa. Entry 156, AMPU Luna, owned by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Entry 157, TASF Lovely Dream, owned by Elliston Morley of Lamar, Missouri. Entry 158, LFL Liberty Bell, owned by Jensen Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. Entry 159, TACB Lottie, owned by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. And entry 160, BNTL Lemon Drop, owned by Stetson Phillips of Gary, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 23 of your Lim Flex females in the ring. I would like to take another minute to introduce our judges for today. We have Jason Hoffman, who is part owner of Hoffman Ranch, along with his parents, Denny and Dixie Hoffman, and his wife, Casey, and their children, Haxton, Kennedy, and Hayden. Hoffman Ranch has a female and 2 bull sales annually at the ranch in Thedford, Nebraska. His family sells Hereford and Angus cattle. Jason has judged several shows across the nation, including the National Western Stock Show, Cattlemen's Congress, and many others, including several national junior shows. He enjoys living in the middle of the Nebraska sandhills, where he can be in the heart of the seed stock business. Jason believes strongly in youth programs and the great benefit it provides to our youth and the future of agriculture. He appreciates the opportunity to evaluate cattle at our junior show this year. Along with Jason, we have Associate Judge Ryan Callahan, who is from Edmond, Oklahoma. Ryan grew up on a small purebred Angus ranch. He attended Oklahoma State University and was on the 2020-21 livestock judging team at Oklahoma State. Ryan then went on to law school and just graduated from the University of Oklahoma. Give me another welcome for our judges, Jason Hoffman and Ryan Callahan.
really a massive maid heifer. There's a couple things like toned down about her just a little bit, maybe her head and her tail head, but I think she's very correct and gets around the ring good. With that, she's got a lot of capacity. She's got a good long hip in her, and dang sure got adequate muscle as well. She's very correct. She's got some chest floor, and I think she's got an advantage in bone to our second place heifer. Like the feet and structure and the freshness on the second place heifer a whole lot. She doesn't have the mass or the forerib or the bone of our class winner, but I think she gets up here just because she's so complete and got so much good in her. She's a very youthful appearing heifer that's ample in terms of her muscle as well. A very, very good heifer to watch down the road. This heifer here is just a little bit tighter wound, a little bit tighter spine maybe, and not quite as thick as the two heifers ahead of her. She looks like she is because the way she's transmitted her condition, it looks extremely smooth and it looks good on her. But I think this heifer doesn't have quite as much to her as the heifers ahead, especially up there in that pin set. But this is a really, really good kind of a heifer that's just a little bit quicker pattern than maybe what ideal be. But I think there's more good in her. She's more complete than this heifer here in fourth. We like this heifer when she comes in. This heifer wants to run downhill quite a bit, but I think there's some good to her. She gets a little bit tangled up off of her hind legs as well, but we really liked how long she was. She was an attractive heifer that's got a lot of good in her. We get the heifer that just doesn't have the performance, maybe just a little bit plainer in her appearance a little bit, especially up there through her front end, but I think she's really good. The thing I like about her is her natural depth of rib and how square she is out to her pins, and she's got just enough more depth to her, especially in her forerib and flank to get over this heifer here. This heifer's tighter in her spine. She's tighter in her muscle pattern. I'd like to loosen her up. Heifer, it concludes the class. I'd like to put a little different high leg underneath. She has got a little bit more set from her hock to the ground than what's ideal, and she's pretty high up there in her twist, but she's dang sure got some shape to her. She's got some muscle to her. Just a very good kind of a heifer to conclude the class.
And your results for class 23. First place goes to entry 157 TASF Lovely Dream, shown by Elliston Morley. Second place goes to entry 152 LFL Lenore, shown by Colt Parkinson. Third place goes to entry 159 TACB Lottie, shown by Tacey Baker. Fourth place goes to entry 154 KVLN, shown by Dawson Book. Fifth place goes to entry 160 BNTL Lemon Drop, shown by Stetson Phillips. Sixth place goes to entry 158 LFL Liberty Bell, shown by Jensen Landreth. And seventh place, entry 156 AMPU Luna, shown by Amanda Purvis. If you're following in the program, Class 23's order was 2, scratch, 4, turn the page, 7, 1, 6, 3, 5. Next in the ring, we have Class 24. Class 24 is September 9th through September 29th, Lim Flex females. We have entry 162 LFL Lemon Kiss, owned by Carson Curry of Abernathy, Texas. Entry 163 LFL Lord Have Mercy, owned by Hunter Blakely of Oolaga, Oklahoma. Sixth place, Otto Lucky Lou, owned by Keaton Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. Entry 169, MAWM Miss Louise, owned by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. And entry 171, KQLL 3370, owned by Lila Brooks of Farragut, Iowa. Once again, this is Class 24 in the ring. Don't forget to let your friends and family at home know that they can watch our show streaming on liveauctions.tv. Also, you can download all the photos being taken this week on LegacyLivestockImaging.com. You get to purchase, you do not have to purchase these this year. They are for free thanks to our photo sponsors, Davis Ranches, Edwards Land and Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, and Red Rock Limousin.
Really a nice class winner. She grabs you when she comes in. There's something about her that was kind of tripping us just a little bit, and not to pick on her because I think she's awfully good. She wants to run downhill just a little bit. But I think this is a really, really good kind of a heifer, and she's probably the best when she's on the move. She really takes a long stride. She's a good-footed female. It's good in her joints, really good on her feet and legs, got some base width to her, got some real muscle in her, and I still like how angular she is up through the front end. Very bold sprung, a high-quality heifer. She's a bigger-footed heifer than our heifer here in second, just got more power and construction throughout. This heifer here is awfully nice. She's a little bit tighter made. I'd like to improve her in her foot size more than anything, and I think that'd help everything up. But she's a very, very good kind of a heifer. We like her a whole lot on the stand still. She caught our eye when she come in too. Very angular up through that front end. She's clean up through her dewlap. She's good and level design. She's really a big bodied heifer. It's got some spring to her as well. The heifer here in third, I think, has got a lot of really good features to go down the road with. She's just a little bit tighter in that forerib, a little bit tighter in her spine and loin, but I think she's a really, really good kind of a heifer. She's a very cowy made female that's very functional, and I like her type and kind, and she does have an advantage in foot size over our second place heifer. Heifer here in third just got a little bit more elevation. You start getting in this age, they need to start developing a little bit more and have just a little bit more flank, but I think this is a very good heifer. I think what puts her where she does is how she handles her hind legs when she gets to going. Just a little bit more of a narrow constructed heifer. The heifer, it concludes the class, got some muscle in her, got some real muscle and some width to her pins. Big stifled heifer. I think she's a great breeding piece, just needs to be smoothed up in her pattern and her joints, primarily off of her hocks.
And your results for Class 24. First place goes to entry 168, Otto Lucky Lou, owned by Keaton Schultz. Second place, entry 171, KQLL 3370, owned by Lila Brooks. Third place goes to LFL Lemon Kiss, owned by Carson Curry. Fourth place goes to entry 169, MAWM Miss Louise, owned by Paisley King. And fifth place, entry 163, LFL Lord Have Mercy, owned by Hunter Blakely. Following in the program, your order for Class 24, 35142. Next in our ring, we have Class 25. Class 25 is September 1st through September 6th females. We have entry 173, CELL 3354, owned by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 175 is a scratch. Entry 176, we have KQLL 3314, owned by Michaela Askey of Queen Creek, Arizona. Entry 177, we have TSSL SA Point Taken, owned by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. And entry 178, CELL 3310, owned by Haley Molander from Hawthorne, Florida. Once again, this is Class 25 of your Lim Flex females in the ring.
This heifer that wins the class up here, she grabbed both of us when she come in. She just got the most power and balance. Just a very, very good kind of a female. Ideal in her rib, a lot of bone. She's a heavy constructed heifer that's still got some look to her. Lays in neat at the point of her shoulder. Love her on the stand still. She's got some stifle to her. Good and square out through that hip. She'll be a really fun one to come back and look at. Heifer here in second, I think she has the next best advantage in terms of balance. She's a long-spined heifer. She's extremely long through her hip. She doesn't have near the bone or the pin width of our class winner, but she's a very good heifer with a lot of femininity. The heifers in third and fourth here, they just give up the power, but I do think there's enough more advantage to substance and bone in our third place heifer to get over our heifer. It concludes the class. This heifer's a little bit more frail. She's higher up in her twists. She doesn't balance out quite as nice behind her shoulder, but I think she's exceptionally long. She's very feminine, and I think if you power her up as you breed that heifer, I think you'll end up with a whole lot because she's sure got a lot of quality in her.
And your results for Class 25. First place goes to entry 173, CELL 3354, owned by Claire Sennett. Second place goes to entry 177, TSSL SA Point Taken, owned by Bailey Smith. Third place goes to entry 178, CELL 3310, owned by Haley Melander. And fourth place, entry 176, owned by Michaela Askey. Now coming in the ring, we have our selections for Division 2. This is our selections for Division 2 champion, reserve, and third overall. From Class 22, we have first place, entry 146, C5, Reba's Iced Out, owned by Kaysen Lee of Paris, Arkansas. From Class 23, we have entry 157, TASF, Lovely Dream, owned by Elliston Morley of Lamar, Missouri. From Class 24, we have entry 168, Auto Lucky Lou, owned by Keaton Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. And from Class 25, we have entry 173, CELL 3354, owned by Claire Sennett of Waynetown, Indiana. Second place from each of these classes is also entering the ring. From Class 22, second place was entry 147, CHR Let Her Roll, owned by Ross Turner of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. From Class 23, entry 152, LFL Lenore, owned by Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas. From Class 24, entry 171, KQLL 3370, owned by Lila Brooks of Farragut, Iowa. And from Class 25, second place was entry 177, TSSL SA Point Taken, owned by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Once again, this is your Division II champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Well, here in the second division of the day, wow, what a really, really deep division. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. Just an excellent division, excellent cattle. The exhibitors are doing a great job. This young man's heifer here out of the first class, one that we talked about. We like her look and her presence from the side. She's pretty correct when you study her down her top and out and through her hip. She's plenty sound when you set her into motion. Just a nice female for that young man. He's doing a good job. The female that comes here out of the second class, one that has some foot and some bone, a pretty stout and powerful female when you get in behind her. One, too, that I think is plenty good in terms of her structure. As we talked earlier, we maybe just like to make her a little more feminine in terms of her head and her neck, but still a really nice female, and that young lady's doing a good job getting her presented. The heifer that comes here out of this third class, one that we just really have to appreciate in terms of her look and her balance from the side. Her neck ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's good down her top and out and through her hip. I think a female, when you get in behind her, she's really good in terms of her upper rib shape. She's stout and powerful from hooks to pins and moves plenty well when you set her into motion. Just a really, really nice female. The heifer that comes here out of the fourth class, one that we appreciate in terms of her depth of body, one that has some foot and some bone to go along with it. She maybe just isn't quite as pulled apart as the heifer in front of her, but still one that gives you a striking look from the side as well. Really, really nice division of females. This young lady here out of the third class will be your champion. Congratulations. We bring the second place heifer out here, one we talked about earlier, has some rib, has some body, one, maybe just like to see her move a little bit better when you set her into motion in terms of the way that she utilizes her rear hock, but a really, really nice female. This heifer out of the fourth class here at the end will be your reserve division. Congratulations. Congratulations. And this young lady out of the second class, you'll be third. Congratulations.
And the results for Division 2. Your champion for Division 2 goes to entry 168, Otto Lucky Lou, owned by Keaton Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. Your reserve goes to entry 173, CELL 3354, owned by Claire Sennett of Waynetown, Indiana. And your third overall goes to entry 157, TASF Lovely Dream, owned by Elliston Morley of Lamar, Missouri. Next in the ring, we have Class 26. Class 26 is females born August 16th through 28th. First in, we have entry 180, MINO Lovebird, owned by Carter Curry of Abernathy, Texas. Entry 181, LRCC Brittany, owned by Carrington Troyer of Adair, Oklahoma. And third in, entry 182, MEEA High Above, owned by Briar Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. This is Class 26 in the ring.
The high performing heifer will win the class here. She's got a tremendous amount of length to her, holds her top together well for how much length she does have. She's getting level out through her hip as well. Maybe like to see her handle her hind leg a little bit different when you ask her to move, but I think there's a tremendous amount of good in this heifer, and she's so much more pulled apart in her forerib than this heifer here in second. I like this heifer a whole lot. I like the femininity she has and the angles up through her front third. She's just a little bit flatter rib and flatter in her muscle maybe than what would be ideal, but I think she's a very, very good heifer that's correct. This heifer that's third, I think she's a moderate framed heifer, and for her moderation, she's got an exceptional amount of length. She just needs to be a little bit more feminine through her head, maybe a little bit taller fronted to get any higher. But from end to end, another nice solid class.
And your results for Class 26. First place goes to entry 181 LRCC Brittany, owned by Carrington Troyer. Second place, entry 182 MEEA High Above, owned by Briar Baker. And third, entry 180 MINO Lovebird, owned by Carter Curry. If you're following in your program, the order for Class 26 is 3-1-2. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 27. Class 27 is July 10th through 25th, females. First in, we have entry 184, KYNM Gabby, owned by Kenley Mae Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. Entry 185, RSSL Lola, owned by Karis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. And entry 187, Barry's Louis Vuitton, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. This is Class 27 in the ring.
We're going to leave these heifers how they come in. The heifer wins class. She takes an exceptionally long stride. Very complete heifer that's got a lot of good in her. I like her foot quality. I like the 3 dimensions she gives us. Maybe picks her tail head up a little bit, but I think this is a very, very good kind of a female. So functional, perfect in her rib. Just a really neat way to start the class. We like this heifer in second a great deal too. She's maybe naturally a little tighter in her flank, and a little tighter in her ankle, not quite as much bone, I think, but the big thing is she takes a little bit shorter step than our class winner and doesn't really have the advantage in length either. So she's naturally a little shorter strided maybe than ideal, but we really appreciate for the muscle and shape she's got to her rib. The heifer here in third, love the side profile of this heifer. She's very straight in her line. She's just a little too concave in her forerib, a little flat in that shoulder. Like to see a little more forearm in that heifer, maybe a little bit more bone, but a really, really nice heifer that blends together nice.
And your results from Class 27. First place goes to entry 184, KYNM Gabby, owned by Kenley Thomas. Second, entry 185, RSSL Lola, owned by Karis Wilson. And third, entry 187, Barry's Louis Vuitton, owned by Rowdy Barry. If you're following in your program, Class 27's order is 1, 2, 3. We now have Class 28 in the ring. Class 28 is June 7th through 19th females. Entry 190 is PSRF Lynn's Dream, owned by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Entry 191, AADC Lady Love, owned by Wesleyan Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Entry 192, PC Lori, owned by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. And entry 193, PC Ladybug, owned by Kason Keisler of Lufkin, Texas. Once again, this is Class 28 in the ring. Our ring helpers along ringside right now, some of our junior board directors. We have Eliza Truel from Oklahoma, Shane Kendall from North Carolina, and J.C. Smith from Arkansas.
Nice effort to win the class. Young lady's got up here. Really, really fresh in her design. She's good in the depth of her rib, and that carries back through her flank. She's a long-hipped heifer that's square built. Maybe like to see just a little more slope to her shoulder, but I think she's a really good heifer, and she's got just enough more depth, just feminine enough up through that head and neck to get over our heifer here in second. This heifer is a little bit thicker on top of her neck maybe than what's ideal, but I do like how this heifer blends together, especially right behind her shoulder. She's a long-spined heifer that's good out through her hip, naturally wide-based as well. Both heifers could be just a little bit more mobile when you get them to go. The young man's heifer here in third is Stout. She too's thicker up in the top of her neck. She's just coarser throughout. She's coarser in her hock and her joints, but tremendous power in this female, and just very, very good in a lot of ways. Wants to run downhill just a little bit and open up, but I think a very, very stout-made female, and just enough bone stature to get over the heifer that concludes the class. This heifer is exceptionally long. I'd just like to soften her up a little bit in her rib.
And your results for Class 28. First place goes to entry 191, AADC Lady Love, owned by Wesleyan Elliott. Second place goes to entry 192, PC Lori, owned by Corbin Brockus. Third place goes to entry 193, PC Ladybug, owned by Kason Kaiser. And fourth place, entry PSRF Lynn's Dream, owned by Samantha Pico. If you're following in the program, Class 28's order 4-1, 23, scratch. While they're lining up Class 29 back there, I do want to thank again some of our sponsors for this week's show. The Oklahoma Limousine Breeders Association and the Tulsa Convention and Visitors Bureau. Our diamond sponsors, Limousine 365, MC Marketing, Sundowner Trailers, Jerry Bunch. Our gold sponsors, ABS Global, Buckhorn Creek Ranch, David Schrock, Farm Credit Services of Oklahoma, Little Buster Toys, London Landscapes, P-Bar S Ranch, the Oklahoma Junior Limousine Association. Our silver sponsors, Coyote Hills Ranch, Live Oak Cattle Company, Robbins Cattle Company, Roger and Karen Fisher, Vet Shack, Velocity Custom Fabrication. And our bronze sponsors include Livestock Nutrition Center and Professional Animal Health. Our Cattlemen's Congress sponsored our program. SignTech, our banners. We appreciate Red Rock Limousine Ranch for sponsoring today's show shirts. And we appreciate Lawrence Family Limousine and Parkinson Cattle Company for sponsoring the showmanship shirts. Once again, we could not do this show without all of our generous sponsors. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 29. Class 29 consists of entry 198, JDIL Lena, owned by Jillian Mudd of Knob Noster, Missouri. Entry 200, LAFO Veronica, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Entry 201, TASF Lullaby, owned by Luke Thomas of Boonesboro, Maryland. Entry 2202, BRTN Lucy, owned by Mason Helcher of Spring, Texas. Entry 203 is a scratch. Entry 204 is KCLM Little Baby, owned by Brent Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Entry 205 is RKNQ Liz, owned by Chrome Peterson of Jinx, Oklahoma. Entry 206 is Berries Laura Croft, owned by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 207 is SHSK Dora, owned by Levi Marthaler from Hastings, Minnesota. And entry 208 SL Lady Luck, owned by Kaylee White of Woonsocket, South Dakota. Once again, this is class number 29. These are females born May 12th through May 25th.
Really a nice striking effort to win the class here. We both wish she had a shot more bone and hip in her, but she's so youthful looking and so fresh and so flawless in her structure. She's very hard to deny. She's correct in her lines. She's got natural depth of her to her rib. I think she's in perfect shape. She's got enough on her to bring her out here and catch your eye, but I don't think she's got too much on her by any means. Young man does a nice job showing her. This is a nice presented effort here in second as well. A little bit lower fronted maybe and a little bit quicker in her pattern. She's got a shot more advantage in terms of bone. The young lady showed her up to be this high. This is really a really good heifer. She does an excellent job putting her together. She's good and level in her design. I'd like to change her underline just a little bit. She's got more on her than what you might think from the outside, and it's very evident in her udder. Just like to tone her up just a little bit and put a little more heifer there. The heifer in third, we really kept on wanting to work up, and we really liked is this young man's heifer here. She's got so much good to her, tons of length and natural rib to her, natural hip, just a little bit plainer throughout. Probably not as elegant up through her front third, but I think there's a lot of good in this heifer. Really sound, takes a long stride, complete on her feet and legs, just a very good heifer. I think there's some really good pieces there to breed on. This heifer here in fourth we like a whole lot. Like to tone her down in her tail head. Maybe just give her more natural substance and sweep, but I think they've maxed her out in a lot of places to make her look this good. Nice heifer, just like to make her a little bit more feminine and really correct her through her hip like this heifer here that follows her. This is a moderate framed heifer. Probably doesn't have as much growth and performance as what's optimum, but I think she's a wide base female. It's got some good in her. Like to pull her apart in her pins. And like this heifer that follows her, I'd really like to pull her apart because the front 2/3 of her tell me she's very cowy. The back third tells me she's got too much on her. I'd like to harden her up in her pones and just kind of change her off of how she handles her hind legs. Really a raw designed heifer that's got a lot of good in her as a young man here. She's got some bones. She's very correct. She's just so raw designed. I'd like to soften her up just a little bit and clean her up through that navel. But heifer's got a lot of really good pieces in her. This heifer here gets a little bit rounder, a little more disappointing out to her pones. Doesn't have the natural sweep to her rib, but I think she's a very good kind of a female in terms of having some shape. Another shapely made heifer, especially over her tops. This heifer concludes the class. I'd like to fix her from her hooks to her pins and level her out and give her a little bit more bone, find herself higher. But from end to end, another excellent set of breeding pieces.
And your results for Class 29, first place goes to entry 206, Berries, Laura Croft, owned by Radley Berry. Second place goes to entry 200, LAFO, Veronica, owned by Kaya Cotting. Third place goes to entry 201, TASF, Lullaby, owned by Luke Thomas. Fourth place goes to entry 202, BRTN Lucy, owned by Mason Helcher. Fifth place goes to entry 207, SHSK Dora, owned by Levi Mathaler. Sixth place goes to entry 204, KCLM Lil Baby, owned by Brent Gazaway. Seventh place goes to entry 205, RKNQ Liz, owned by Chrome Peterson. Eighth place goes to entry 208, SL Lady Luck, owned by Kaylee White. And ninth place, entry 198, goes to JDIL Lena, owned by Jillian Mudd. If you were following in your program, Class 29's order was 9234, scratch 67, turn your page 158. Class number 30 is now entering the ring. Entry 210, TSSL Neil S.A. Omai, shown by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Entry 211, TASF 11-on-1, shown by Alyssa Slimmer of Sablisville, Maryland. Entry 212, SHSK Sarabi, owned by Cinch Dowling of Fairgrove, Missouri. Entry 213, TASF ASFW Lena, shown by Landon Thomas of Boonesboro, Maryland. Entry 215, Ratliff Lamborghini, shown by Sadie Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas. Entry 216 is KLHN SCC, Charmin Larissa, owned by Claire Sennett of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 219, CELL Lady, owned by Bevan Bershey of Oneida, South Dakota. Entry 222, CELL Luna, owned by Riley Morris of Ashgrove, Missouri. Entry 224, Collison Lady, owned by Tyra Meyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. And I believe entry 209 is a scratch.
a lot of give and take and a lot of variations in this class, and it's very high quality all the way to the end, and I sincerely mean that. All these heifers you could go on and do something with. It kind of comes down to personal preferences. This heifer here, when she first come in, we thought, well, she could have a shot at a bone, you know, being a Lim Flex and having two breeds that she's representing. But I think as the class goes, she just keeps working herself up there. She's fresh and she's good up through that neck and shoulder. She's perfect in her body and her underline. She's ample in terms of muscle. She could have a shot more bone or maybe even a shot more power here or there. But I think she blends together so well, and I think she's very, very adequate. Young man does a good job showing her. Young lady does a good job showing this heifer too. We were drawn to the mass and the bone and the structural correctness this heifer has to have this much weight on her. Just need to tone her down. Not only can you tell up in her front end, but right behind her shoulder, you can tell she's pretty loose-hided, almost jiggles just a little bit. Really like to tone her up. Now, she handles it pretty good because she handles it pretty well on her top and she handles it pretty well underneath and not too much in her brisket. She just needs hardened up and freshened up and kicked back out before you gear back up for the fall. The heifer here in third, we sure like a lot of things about. She's a little too high twisted. She's got plenty of elevation underneath of her, but I love that head on her, and I love the neck set and how she blends into her shoulder. Very good, ample in terms of the depth of her rib, especially for how much leg she's got underneath of her. She's good out through her hip. I'd like to see her travel just a little more fluent in what she did, and that's very misleading because there on the standstill, I thought she'd be as sound as any of them in the class. The heifer here in fourth, a little bit more tubular when you get off of her. I don't think she's got the natural depth of some of the other heifers, and she doesn't move quite as fluent as the heifers ahead of her either, but I think there's a lot of good in her. She's highly presented. You can tell they've put a lot of time in on this heifer. She's a very, very good kind of a heifer with a lot of upper shape. The heifer here that follows her, we like a little bit, quite a bit in a lot of ways. She's a moderate framed heifer. She's extremely deep and she's ample in terms of muscle, especially in her stifle. She's just a little bit coarser made. The biggest thing for us was we wanted to clean her up through her chest and then her pones and tail head, but that's a very nice kind of a heifer. This is how good this class is, because this could be a class winner, I'd imagine, most years, most of the time. But as this heifer stands out here, she puts herself in pieces. She's so well presented, it's misleading a little bit, but she wants to break right behind that shoulder and forerib. She doesn't move quite as good. Like to pull her apart underneath, but dang sure want to add more power in her back. The heifer that follows her, again, this heifer's awesome, and I'm sure there's a lot of classes she could have won today. She just got too much down low. She's got too much in that brisket. I'd like to see her shoulder just a little bit more powerful. She needs more forearm to have that much fat deposited in her shoulder. Like to tone her up in terms of her composition. Unbelievable rib and hip and bone in this female, though. Just a little quicker pattern. Heifer concludes the class. She reminds me of a heifer that was second or third here a little bit ago. This is a very good kind of a female. She's extremely long. She needs a bull that'll pretty her up a little bit and put more shape to her when you get behind her, but very, very efficient and blends together perfect in her underline. She's long and level design. Young man's very patriotic, and I probably appreciate that as much as anything. But this is a really good class from end to end.
And your results for Class 30. First place goes to entry 210, TSSL Neil S.A. Oh My, owned by Kessler Collins. Second place, entry 222, CELL Luna, owned by Riley Morris. Third place goes to entry 211, TASF Lebanon 1, owned by Alyssa Slimmer. Fourth place, entry 215, Ratliff Lamborghini, owned by Sadie Eggers. Fifth place, entry 219, CELL Lady, owned by Bevan Birchie. Sixth place, entry 212, SHSK Sarabi, owned by Cinch Dowling. Seventh place goes to entry 216, KLHN SCC Charmin Larissa, owned by Claire Sennett. And eighth place, entry 213, TASF ASFW Lena, owned by Landon Thomas. If you're following along in the program, Class 30's order was scratch, 136-847-52, scratch. Now in the ring, we have our selections for Division III, Lim Flex, Champion, Reserve, and 3rd overall. Coming in first place from Class 26 is entry 181, LRCC Brittany, owned by Carrington Troyer of Adair, Oklahoma. From Class 27, we have entry 184, KYNM Gabby, owned by Kenley Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. From Class 28, we have entry 191, AADC Lady Love, owned by Wesleyan Elliott of Pecos, Texas. From Class 29, we have first place, entry 206, Berries Laura Croft, owned by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. And from Class 30, your first place was entry 210, TSSL Neal Esmai Omai, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Second place in each of these classes, entry 182, MEEH High Above, owned by Briar Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Entry 185, RSSL Lola, Karis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 192, PC Lori, owned by Corbin Brockus of Holden, Missouri. Entry 200, LAFO Veronica, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And entry 222, CELL Luna, owned by Riley Morris of Ash Grove, Missouri. Once again, this is your Division III Champion, Reserve, and 3rd overall selection.
Well, another really deep division here in our summers. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. This heifer here out of the first class, a really nice female for this young lady. I think a female that has some length of body. She has some rib and some depth to the center portion of her body. Get in behind her, and I think she's plenty stout and powerful to go along with it. I think her biggest deal for us today is we maybe just like to see her handle her hind leg a little more attractively, but still a nice female for that young lady, and she's doing a great job getting her presented out here today. The female that comes here out of the next class, one that we really dislike in terms of her balance from the side. She's really correct down her top and out and through her hip. She's a pretty big footed female that has some circumference of bone, female that we think is pretty stout when you get in behind her, one that just balances up really nice and offers a great deal of quality here today for that young lady. The young lady's female that comes out of the 3rd class, one that offers some length of body and some foot and some bone. I think her biggest deal for us here today, maybe when you set her into motion, she maybe doesn't want to reach quite well enough out of her front end, maybe wants to get up in her top, but still a nicely presented female, and that young lady gets after it, sticking her. The female that comes here out of the 4th class, one we talked about is having some look and some presence from the side. We'd like to make her a little bit stouter boned underneath, maybe just widen her up throughout, but the young man does a good job getting her presented. The female that comes here out of the last class, one that we appreciate in terms of her look from the side. You know, her neckties not high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's good down her top and out and through her hip. A female that maybe just doesn't want to quite fill her stride on the move. One that we maybe like to get a little stouter boned as well, but still a female that offers a great deal of rib and body. And when you get her parked here, she offers a nice look from the side. So we'll go ahead and select a champion in reserve. Congratulations. this young lady brings her second place in, and a really, really nice female as well. One that we talked about, has some rib and some body, plenty of stoutness and power when you get in behind her, and she's getting after it out here. She's doing a great job.
And your Division III Lim Flex champion comes out of Class 27, entry 184, KYNM Gabby, shown by Kinley May Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. Your Division III Reserve champion comes out of Class 30, entry 210, TSSL Navy, Neil SAO My, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. And your third overall comes out of Class 30 as well, entry 222 CELL Luna, owned by Riley Morris of Ashgrove, Missouri. All right, we are now ready for Class 31. Class 31 Lim Flex females were born April 23rd through April 30th. First in for Class 31, we have entry 226, STLX Lily, owned by Aaliyah Wick of Buffalo Center, Iowa. We have entry 227, BAHO Presley, owned by Hudson Helcher of Spring, Texas. We have entry 228, CKES Laura, owned by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Entry 229, NCC Likely Innocent, owned by Aubrey Shank of Boonesboro, Maryland. We have entry 230, FSC Lexi, owned by Clara Chappell of Urbanus, Illinois. Entry 231 is a scratch. We have entry 232, LAFO Shameless, owned by Kiera Myers of Decorah, Iowa. And entry 233, Boss Lake Miss Kate, owned by Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 31 in the ring.
longer this heifer's out here, the more she grows on us. I think there's a lot of good in her. These two are the best two design females in the class. With that being said, this heifer's very up-headed. She's good back behind her shoulder, extremely square out through her hip. Maybe not perfect off those hind two, but not enough to get her beat by any means. Good in terms of her rib. She's a raw design female. I like the condition she comes in. What you see is what you get, and she's really got some natural muscling in her as well. She just got so much more forearm and shape to her forerib than this heifer here in second. This heifer's very smooth made, well designed. She just gets a little too narrow chested relative to our class winner. Doesn't have quite as much behind her when you get behind her either, but just a very good, well designed heifer. And those two heifers fit really well together also. Third, this heifer gets herself to be just a little bit more awkward. She's a little more steery-headed maybe than what's ideal. Doesn't have the natural sweep and blend into her rib, but she's got a lot of good pieces. She's exceptionally long, especially up high. She's a wide-pinned heifer. It's got a lot to her with plenty of bone. The heifer that follows her is a little bit kind of just a smaller version of that heifer. This heifer is a little more petite in her size, just a little bit tighter in that forerib, a little more tubular in her rib design. This heifer here, she kind of puts herself in pieces, especially on the get-go from her shoulder all the way back to her hip, picks that tail head up. Really, really admire this heifer, though, for her length and her shape and her width. The heifer that follows her is just a quicker pattern heifer. Doesn't have the performance of some of the heifers ahead of her. She gets a little tighter all the way up into her flank as well. We end with a plainer heifer that's very functional. She's very easy doing and got a lot of good in her. I'd just like to see her stand on more bone with a little bit more performance.
And your results for Class 31. First place goes to entry 233, Boss Lake, Miss Kate, owned by Morley Griffith. Second place goes to entry 229, NCC Likely Innocent, owned by Aubrey Shank. Third place goes to entry 232, LAFO Shameless, owned by Kiera Myers. Fourth place goes to entry 230, FSC Lexi, owned by Clara Chappell. Fifth place goes to entry 226, STLX Lily, owned by Aaliyah Wick. Sixth place goes to entry 228, CKES Laura, owned by Claire Kessler. And seventh place goes to entry 227, BAHO Presley, owned by Hudson Helcher. If you're following in the program, the order of Class 31 was 5-7-6-2-4, scratch 3-1. Class 32 is now entering the ring. These females were born April 11th through 21st. First in, we have entry 234, Legacy's Lady, owned by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Entry 235 is a scratch. Entry 236, we have SSFR 31, owned by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. Entry 238 is REIB Miss Queen, owned by Parker Chestnut of Bath, Indiana. And entry 239, we have TSSL Hads People's Choice, owned by Abigail Byers of Johnson City, Tennessee. And entry 240 was a scratch, and 241 is a scratch. Entry 243 is COBN Laney, owned by Nora Turner of Yukon, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 32 of Division 4 in the ring. When you get a minute, make sure you go and check out your program on page 8 and thank all the donors and buyers we had for our Genetics on Ice auction that was such a success this year. All those who donated and purchased items, we came to over $47,000 in this auction. This goes and helps the juniors throughout the year and assists in funding the Ken Holloway Memorial Scholarship Program. On page 9, it explains that scholarship program and how the scholarships are broken down, anywhere from $2,500 uh, to a grand champion, $1,000 for a reserve champion, down to $500 for some sweepstakes winners. We appreciate the Oversight Committee, Bruce Lawrence, Ty Heaven, Ron Cunningham, Chuck Barton, and Shanna Holloway, as they help with the Ken Holloway Memorial Scholarship Program.
Really a powerful class winner. Got a little much on terms of condition in some spots, but she handles it extremely well because she's sound. This is a very deep, broody made female. Still got some look up through her front third. Square hip and good on her feet and legs with ample bone and good sized foot. The heifer here that follows her is really, really long. She's long and square out through that hip, and she's a wide pinned heifer, just doesn't have the substance or the midrib and flank of our class winner, but two really nice heifers that differ quite a bit in type and kind. A bigger scaled, longer extended heifer here in third compared to the two behind her. This heifer's really, really long. She's good enough on her feet and legs. She just doesn't balance out quite as nice as the heifers ahead of her. I like to clean her up and smooth her up and freshen her up back through her pones, but I think that's a really good kind of a heifer. The little girl's heifer here is a really, really good heifer in her own right. She's got some good to her, tremendous shape up to her rib and through her hip. She takes an accurate stride, just a little quicker pattern, maybe not as feminine as some of the heifers ahead of her, but she's good enough in her loin and hip to get over this heifer. It concludes the class. It's a really good heifer. She just kind of locks up a little bit in her back third. Good in terms of her rib. She's a very efficient type of female. Just a really, really good breeding piece to go on with.
And your results for Class 32. Entry number 1, 238, REIB Miss Queen, owned by Parker Chestnut. Second place goes to entry 234, Legacy's Lady, owned by Jocelyn Rupert. Third place, entry 243, COBN, Laney, owned by Nora Turner. Fourth place, entry 239, TSSL, Had's People's Choice, owned by Abigail Byers. Fifth place, entry 236, SSFR, owned by Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. If you're following along in your program, Class 32's order was 2, scratch, turn your page, 5, 1, 4, scratch, scratch, 3. Now entering the ring is Class 33. Class 33 consists of females born April 1st through 5th. First in, we had entry 247, CELL Lily, owned by Case and Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. Entry 248 is Winslow's Lemon Lime, owned by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Entry 249 is KMHS Larger Than Life, owned by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Entry 250 is COBM FF Letty Joe, owned by Addison Wall of Thrall, Texas. Entry 251 was a scratch. Entry 252 CICL Love Me, owned by Bennett Landreth of Watonga, Oklahoma. Entry 254 was a scratch. Entry 255 was a scratch. Entry 257, SHSK Lucy, owned by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. And entry 258, TF Laffy Taffy, owned by Harper Torgerson of Artesian, South Dakota. Once again, this is Class 33 in the ring.
Really a nice pair of heifers up here towards the front end, completely different females. The heifer we're going to start with this young lady's elegant presentation. A+ on effort on getting her ready. This heifer's very angular up through her front third, very adequate in terms of her depth. She's a very nice pattern heifer. Structure, there's give and take because this heifer's a little bit more narrow chested. This heifer's pretty straight up through that front end. The second place heifer's also pretty thick up the top of her neck. I'd like to refine her. She gets pretty plain up through her head and neck and shoulder, but I think she's got some advantages in power. Structure is kind of a wash when you ask them to go. So the eye appealing heifer that's easiest to look at is definitely this heifer up here. With that, she's got a lot of elegance. She's even a little bit more youthful up through her neck. She's a fresh designed heifer that's good in the depth of her rib, extremely good in her lines as well. The second place heifer, I like the power of the back 2/3 of this heifer quite well. Really like her in her rib and her hip and her bone work as well. Just like to change her a little bit up and freshen her up and just make her a little bit more elegant through that front third. But it gets awfully close because there's a lot of give and take in these females. I don't think the class winner gives up enough to get beat by this other heifer today. The heifer here in third is really, really good in terms of length. She moves a little bit awkward, doesn't keep herself together right behind her shoulder and back through her hip when you ask her to go. But I love the length of this heifer. She's a well-designed heifer. It's got a lot of good in her. The heifer behind her, like about as well. She's a big, high-performing, long-bodied heifer. It's dang sure packed full of muscle. She's a little bit more tubular. I'd like to see that sweep like our class winner and put back in this heifer, and I think she'd find herself higher. This heifer here is a little bit straighter shoulders. She's very feminine and clean up through that head and neck. She's ample in terms of muscle, just like to see her step down a little bit more bone. Heifer concludes the classes, or the two heifers here on the bottom. They're just a little bit plainer. This one ties together a little bit more complete than the one that follows her. This heifer is a bigger framed heifer, and I don't mind that because she's actually got enough to her. Just a little bit more awkward when you get her to move. Kind of puts herself in pieces, a little bit longer headed. But I think there's plenty of little complete bulls to breed this heifer to and get this young lady further ahead.
And your results for Class 33. First place goes to entry 249, KMHS Larger Than Life, owned by Carly Harris. Second place goes to entry 257, SHSK Lucy, owned by Dalton Miller. Third place goes to entry 252, CICL Love Me, owned by Bennett Landreth. Fourth place goes to entry 248, Winslow's Lemon Lime, owned by Samantha Pico. Fifth place goes to entry 247, CELL Lily, owned by Kason Kaiser. Sixth place goes to entry 250, COBN FF Letty Joe, owned by Addison Wall. And seventh place, entry 258, TF Laffy Taffy, owned by Harper Torgerson. If you're following in the program, Class 33's order: 5, 4, 1, 6, scratch, 3, scratch, turn the page, scratch, 2, 7. Class 34 is now entering the ring. We have females born March 22nd through 30th. First in, we had entry 260, LFL Lena, shown by Westlyn Elliott of Pecos, Texas. Entry 262, Ratliff Linda, shown by Marin Ratliff of Oleep, Kansas. Entry 263, BMFK Eliana, owned by Emery Mathaler from Hastings, Minnesota. Entry 267 is BCRA, It's Expensive to Be, owned by Callie Mosley of Bixby, Oklahoma. Entry 265 is Berry's Lipstick, owned by Radley Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 266, SSUL Charmed, owned by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. Entry 267, MLP Let Her Go, owned by McKinley Palmetary of Durant, Oklahoma. Entry 268, SC Libby, owned by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And entry 269, SSL Maine Larissa, owned by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. Once again, this is class 34 in the ring, females, born March 22nd through 30th.
A lot in give and take here. The heifer that wins the class probably just is the cleanest of blemishes to us. She's cleaner through her navel. She's better back through her tail, head, and pones. I think she's a very elegant made female. It's very attractive. She's feminine, and she's really eye-catching as well. The heifer here in second, we sure like a lot. She's got a little bit more navel. I'd really like to smooth her up in her tail, head, and her pones. But this is a powerful heifer. Lots of bone. Kind of wants to roll out on those outside feet just a little bit, but I love how much dimension and how much power this heifer has. Just like to refine her just a little bit. We get into some really, really nice heifers. The heifer here in third, she just gets a little more jammed up, as Ryan said when you ask her to go. Like to loosen her up a little bit off of her shoulder and back off of her hind leg. She too has a little bit more deposit in her pones than maybe what's ideal, but really a stout featured type of heifer. Just so much more bone and substance than this young man's heifer here in fourth. This heifer is very well presented. I like her in terms of her composition and her freshness. She just gives up too much bone and power to get any higher in the class. With that, she really tapers back into her pins, just being a little bit more narrow. Fresh enough, though, and youthful enough to get over this heifer here behind her. This is really a Cowie-made heifer with great feet and really ideal structure. Just like to make her a little bit more classy and find herself any higher. With that, she's got some added width to her stifles. Just a very good rib female that's got a lot of good in her. Another thick-naveled heifer here is a little bit more jammed up out of her front ends. The young lady's heifer. A lot of good in this female, though. A lot of natural rib, a lot of length to her hip relative to her size. Like to smooth her up in her tail head a little bit as well. Heifer that follows her is another really nice heifer. It's just a little bit tighter in spots, especially in her hip. But I like this heifer on the standstill. The front 2/3 of her I like a whole lot. A little bit rounder bone, but she sure got a lot of depth of rib. Neck comes high out of her shoulder. Young lady's heifer here, she does a good job showing, really gets that head up. I like a lot of things about this heifer as well. She's got some spring of rib to her. She's got some length of hip, wants to hold that tail head up a little bit. Like to give her a little bit more depth to her heel as well. She wants to kind of set down on them, and I think her toes could potentially grow away from her if not managed right, but that's kind of all from that heel set as well. The heifer concludes the class, just playing her up through that front end, head, and brisket, but lots of power. I'd like to level her out from her hooks to her pins, but unbelievable mass and volume to her rib.
And your results for Class 34. First place goes to entry 269, TSSL Maine Larissa, owned by Michaela Massey. Second place, entry 268, SC Livy, owned by Carter Cornegie. Entry 266 was third, SSUL Charmed, owned by Claire Sennett. Fourth place went to entry 265, Barry's Lipstick, owned by Radley Berry. Fifth place, entry 264, BCRA, It's Expensive to Be, owned by Callie Mosley. Sixth place, entry 263, BMFK, Eliana, owned by Emery Mathaler. Seventh place, entry 267, MLP Let Her Go, owned by McKinley Palmetary. Eighth place, entry 262, Ratliff Linda, owned by Marin Ratcliffe. And ninth place, entry 260, LFL Lena, owned by Westland Elliott. If you're following in your program, the order for Class 34, 9865 43721. Now in the ring, we have Class 35. Class 35 is March 10th through 21st, females. First in, we have entry 271, SHSK Prada's Diamond, owned by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Entry 272, PCC JKSM Fantasy, owned by Hadley Harrell of Vissy, Oklahoma. Entry 274, ELCX Luckiest, owned by Jake Osborne of Unionville, Tennessee. Entry 275, KMHS LL Cool Cat, owned by Carly Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Entry 277, DJ Lollipop, owned by Michael Stafford of Primeville, Oregon. Entry 278, Attack Leah, owned by Drake Reese of Avon, Illinois. Entry 279, CELL Lenny, owned by Aaliyah Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee. Entry 280, J6 Dana, owned by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. And entry 281, AVAM Luetta, owned by Ava Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Once again, this is class 36 of your, or 35 of your Lim Flex females, born March 10th through 21st.
Really a high quality class winner here that we see as being as sound as any in the class. With that, she's got the most dimension, and she balances out the nice too. She takes a long stride, really good in her rib, got some hip and some stifle, and I think that's what sorts the two, is a shape when you get right much over how much more stifle she's got, how much more shape. She's laid in smoother in that tail head. This heifer wants to pick it up. There's no question she's got the advantage in presentation. They've done a really, really good job fitting and clipping this heifer. Looks very, very nice. I just don't read her as having enough hip in her, and she kind of wants to be up in that tail head, and she's a little bit A-framed as well. The heifer here in third, we liked a lot of things about pretty loose in her skin up there. Doesn't have quite enough power and authority off of that hind leg getting higher as well. Love how long she is and how it blends into her hip, her length. But just like to clean her up in a couple areas. The young man's heifer here, a little bit plainer compared to the heifers up ahead of her in some ways, but then again, she's a lot like our class winner. She's just a little bit straighter and more narrow in that chest than those heifers ahead of her. With that, I think I'd like to pull her apart and give her a little bit better hind leg. The heifer that follows her is dang sure stout-featured and massive and wide from stifle to stifle. I just think she's got a little bit more in terms of her composition. One being that moderate and efficient, you got to be easy feeding and keep tone. The heifer that follows her is a lot the same way. With that, I'd like to see a little better hoof and hind leg on her. A little deeper heeled would be nice as well, but she's very efficient, moderate frame, deep-sided, exceptionally long-bodied heifer follows her. Tremendous length, just doesn't have enough sweep to that rib or depth. We get into one that's a little bit flatter ribbed and flat all the way out through her hip, but a very fast-growing, high-performing heifer. We conclude with a quicker pattern heifer that's chock full of muscle. I'd just like to refine her a little bit and make her more feminine, but from end to end, a very nice class.
And your results for Class 35. First place goes to entry 280, J6 Dana, owned by Corbin Robbins. Second place, entry 275, KMHS LL Cool Cat, owned by Carly Harris. Third place goes to entry 271, SHSK Prada's Diamond, owned by JC Parrish. Fourth place goes to entry 281, AVAM Luetta, owned by Ava Miller. Fifth place, entry 279, CELL Lini, shown by Aaliyah Byers. Sixth place, entry 274, ELCX Luckiest, owned by Jake Osborne. Seventh place, entry 272, PCC JKSM Fantasy, owned by Hadley Harrell. Eighth place, entry 277, DJ Lollipop, owned by Michael Stafford. And ninth place, entry 278, Attack Leah, owned by Drake Reese. If you're following along in the program, the order for Class 35 was 3762 89514. Next in the ring, we have Class 36. 36 is females born March 1st through 7th. We have entry 283, CELL Laura, owned by Olivia Jaquin of Marthasville, Missouri. Entry 284, TFOR Leona, owned by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. We have entry 286, DLCN Lovely, owned by Riley Fuller of Nacogdoches, Texas. Entry 287, SHSK Scarlet, owned by Abigail Hutchins of Hawthorne, Florida. Entry 288, CLAC TASF Peyton, owned by Parker London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Entry 289 is a scratch. Entry 290 is CELL Lexi, owned by Karina Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Once again, this is your Class 36 in the ring. Last class of this division. After this class, we will have our Division 4 champion, reserve, and third selection.
Really good heifers here. The heifer wins the class, just puts the most good up in this particular class. She's got some angularity to her. She's a long spined heifer that's very complete. She's deep, she's thick enough, good enough on her feet and legs. She's just a very nice kind of a heifer. Could maybe have a little bit higher, more natural neck set to her, but the young lady gets everything out of her she can here. The heifer here in second, we like a lot of things about. We like the power and dimension. Like to clean her up just a little bit in her pones, but I think she's really a broody made female. It's very efficient. I like the femininity through her head and neck. If you could tone her up through her brisket and lower 1/3, that's a very good kind of a female. Get into a really nice heifer here that doesn't have quite as much bone or power as the heifers ahead of her. With that, I'd like to widen her out just a little bit in her pin placement as well. Depositing a little bit more condition back in her tail head. A little bit rounder bone, doesn't have the dimension and circumference of bone as some of the heifers ahead of her. The heifer that follows her here, really angular, laid in neat at the point of her shoulder, good enough over her spine, just not enough heifer. A little bit more petite than some in the class, and the heifers on either side of her for sure. Looks like she's going to have a nice little udder as she goes. Really a big, high-performing heifer follows her. She's almost big and awkward relative to the class, but she's a big, powerful female that you can always downsize with the right bull. Got a tremendous amount of good in her. Heifer concludes the class, falls short on bone and pattern. I'd like to widen her out a little bit in her pins and just give her more power, but she's very elegant and she's level designed. Very high-quality female to wrap up the class.
And your results for Class 36. First place goes to entry 284, TFOR Leona, owned by Tyler Thomas. Second place, entry 288, CLAC TASF Peyton, owned by Parker London. Third place, entry 290, CELL Lexi, owned by Karina Smallshoff. Fourth place, entry 287, SHSK Scarlet Joe, owned by Abigail Hutchins. Fifth place, entry 283, CELL Laura, owned by Olivia Jaquin. And sixth place, entry 286, DLCN Lovely, owned by Riley Fuller. If you were following along, Class 6 order 51642, scratch 3. Now we have our selection for Division 4, champion, reserve, and third overall. Coming in first place from Class 31 is entry 233, Boss Lake Miss Kate, owned by Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma. First place from Class 32, entry 238, REIB Miss Queen, owned by Parker Chestnut of Bath, Indiana. First place from Class 33, entry 249, KMHS Larger Than Life, owned by Carly Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Class 34, first place was entry 269, TSSL Maine Larissa, owned by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. First place in Class 35 was entry 280, J6 Dana, owned by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. From Class 36, first place was entry 284, TFOR Leona, owned by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Also in is our second place in each class. Entry 229, NCC Likely Innocent by Aubrey Shank, Boonesboro, Maryland. From Class 32, entry 234, Legacy's Lady, owned by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. From Class 33, second place was entry 257, SHSK Lucy, owned by Dalton Miller of Trainer, Iowa. Class 34, second place, entry 268, SC Libby, owned by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Class 35, second place is entry 275, KMHS LL Cool Cat, owned by Carly Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. And class 36, second place, entry 288 CLAC TASF Peyton, owned by Parker London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Once again, this is your Division 4 champion, reserve, and third overall. While the judges are looking this over, let me remind you, this next year we are doing a reverse raffle for corner post. Please see any of these board members for a $200 ticket. This year's raffle is a reverse raffle, meaning the last ticket drawn will win the $20,000. The drawing will take place at the Genetics on Ice auction, Cattlemen's Congress, Oklahoma City, on January 6th. Along with the last winner, or the last ticket, every 25th ticket drawn will be a winner. So there will be a total of 18 winners. Please see one of your board members for a ticket.
Well, excellent division lineup here. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. We'll just talk them briefly. This young lady's female here up front, long-bodied female that's really neat and attractive in terms of her front 1/3, pretty good down her top and out and through her hip. I think a female, when you get in behind her, she actually has some genuine shape and some dimension. A female, you maybe just like to see her a little bit stouter down there in that lower stifle, but still really, really nice female for that young lady, and she's doing an excellent job. The young man's female that comes here out of the next class, a really bold, ribbed, deep-bodied female that has some foot and some bone underneath her. If we were going to be critical, we'd maybe just like to take a little bit of condition off of her here today, but still a really nice female for this young man, and when he gets her parked out, he'll give you a nice look from the side. The young lady's female that comes here in third, one that's good in terms of the depth of the center portion of her body. She's really nice and attractive in terms of her hind leg. I think she maybe just gets a little disappointing. She's probably just a little bit narrower chested, a little bit narrower when you get in behind her, but awesome presentation and a really, really nice female for that young lady. The female that comes here out of the fourth class, one that's really neat and attractive when you look at her from the side. Her neckties high to the top side of her shoulder. One, too, that I think has enough when you get in behind her. We maybe just said earlier we'd like to stouten her up in terms of her bone work, but still a heifer that offers a lot of look and presence from the side and gets out and goes in plenty good enough fashion. The young man's female that comes here out of the fifth class, one that's also neat and attractive in terms of her front end. She's good down around her top and out and through her hip. She's pretty surprising when you get in behind her. She has plenty of genuine shape and dimension as well. A female that's really good in terms of her feet and legs. Just a nice female for that young man, and he does a good job getting her presented. The heifer that comes out of the next class, one that's really stout and powerful in terms of her hip and pin set, one that offers some rib and body to go along with it. We talked about earlier, maybe like to see her just tie a little higher out of the top side of her shoulder, maybe clean her up in her shoulder down low a little bit as well, just to give her a little better look and balance from the side. But that's being awfully critical of a really nice female. So go ahead and give them a round of applause, and we'll select a champion in reserve. Thank you. We bring in the second place here out of that second to last class, a female we talked earlier. We like her in terms of her body type, a female that's excellent in terms of her presentation. One for us maybe just gets a little deeper neck, maybe pushing a little extra chest here today, but a nice female for that young lady. We're going to go ahead and use this heifer in front of her here for reserve division. Congratulations.
And your Division 4 Lim Flex champion comes out of class 35, entry 280, J6 Dana, owned by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Your reserve champion comes out of class 34, SSL Maine Larissa, owned by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. And third overall comes out of class 31, entry 233, Boss Lake Miss Kate, owned by Morley Griffith of Shawnee, Oklahoma. Moving right along, we are ready for class 37, excuse me. Class 37 is February 20th through 28th, females. We have entry 291, DLCN Lady May, owned by Wyatt Jacoby of Paradise, Texas. Entry 292, SHSK Linda, owned by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Entry 294, GCC Landslide, owned by Aubrey Shank of Boonesboro, Maryland. Entry 295, Barry's Live, owned by McCrae Stafford of Prineville, Oregon. Entry 297, PBRS DL Landslide, owned by Cogan Schilling of Goodland, Kansas. Entry 298, DLCN Leah, owned by Skyland White of LaRue, Texas. Entry 299, Lucky Mocha, owned by Hayes Hageston of Granbury, Missouri. Entry 300, Herman's Lollipop, owned by Peyton Herman of Levacy, Missouri. And entry 302, SSUL Forever Charmed, owned by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Once again, this is class 37 of your Lim Flex females.
Really a nice class winner here. It got Ryan pretty excited when she walked in. A lot of luck to this female, and she's got some shape to her. She's got a lot of lower rib, got a lot of lower hip as well. Moves pretty good on her feet and legs. Just a very attractive female. We really, really like the condition this female comes to us in. So youthful and elegant up through that front third. Got a good big foot underneath of her. When you get her going, I think she moves plenty good as well. The heifer here in second is really a well-presented heifer, like a lot of things about her as well. If she'll go in the transition into enough body as she goes, I think this would be a really fun heifer come winter time. Just not quite as deep in her forerib, nor is she as wide-chested as our class winner, but this is a really, really good kind of a female. She's just so much fresher and more feminine than the heifer that follows her. This heifer's got a lot of good, a little bit more patchy in her composition, but I sure admire her for her depth of rib, strength over her loin and back through her hip. Heifer that follows her is a little bit deeper neck, got a little bit more skin up there down to her brisket, but I think this is a very good heifer. She takes a long, accurate stride, just a little bit plainer and a little bit more narrow back to her pins. But she's enough more elevated out of her neck to beat this heifer that follows her. This heifer gets a little bit lower out of her front end, picks up that tail head a little bit, and just like to tone her up in terms of her composition and freshen her up. This is a good heifer here as well. Is extremely stout. Got as much top and as much muscle over her top as any. Got some width to her pins and stifles. She's a pretty good heifer. In a lot of ways, like to smooth her up and pretty her up a little bit. The heifer that follows her is a little bit more narrow design, a little bit more frail in her bone work, and with that she pushes out more brisket. But I think this heifer's got a lot of length and femininity to her. Young man, what a delightful young man to visit with there. Really a good guy. I like his heifer too. I like her moderation of frame. She's got some natural depth to her rib, sound enough on her feet and legs, just gives up the performance and bone as the others. And with that, she's got plenty of tail head. Good job. I'm glad you're here showing. Yeah. And then the heifer that concludes the class just gives up performance. She's playing her up through that front end. But I think with her size and type and kind, her levelness of design, I think there's a lot of bulls you can use to make the next generation that much better.
In your results for class 37, first place goes to entry 297, PBRSDL Landslide, owned by Coggin Schilling. Second place goes to entry 302, SSUL Forever Charmed, owned by Carter Cornegie. Third place, entry 295, Berries Live, owned by McCrae Stafford. Fourth place, entry 292, SHSK Linda, owned by Bailey Haddon. Fifth place, entry 299, Lucky M. Mocha, owned by Hayes Hagesden. Sixth, entry 300, Herman's Lollipop, owned by Peyton Heeman. Seventh, entry 294, GCC Landslide, owned by Aubrey Shank. Eighth, entry 291, DLCN Lady May, owned by Wyatt Jacoby. And ninth place, entry 298, DLCN Leah, owned by Skyland White. If you're following along in the program, the order for class 37 was 8, 4, 7, 3, 1, 9, 5. Turn the page, 6, 2. Now in our ring, we have class 38. 38 starts off with entry 303, FSC Tub Lady, shown by Rylan Ratcliffe of Oleep, Kansas. Entry 304, TSSL Neal, S.A. Kendall, owned by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Entry 305, CELL Layla, owned by Tavia Seymour of Knobnoster, Missouri. Entry 306, PRF R&K Laney, owned by Samantha Pico of Ewing, Kentucky. Entry 307, PBRS Lane, owned by Peyton Smallshoff of Avon, Illinois. Entry 308, KJOR Lady Bells, owned by Kawaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. Entry 309, AMCD Miss Royal Lass, owned by Tyra Meyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. Entry 310, CELL 3067, owned by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. And entry 311, KESC Lucy's Marvel, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. Once again, this is class 38 in the ring, February 11th through 19th, Lim Flex females.
Really a nice way to lead this class. This is an eye-catching heifer, and you say, well, what about here, what about there? You just need to leave that alone because she's awfully nice. Like how this heifer is on the profile, like when she moves with some authority. She's an easy heifer to grab and go on with in terms of her shape and her power and her pattern with added look, good underneath. The heifer here in second, we like the power and the dimension and the hip a whole lot. This heifer's got plenty of brisket, I think, but I don't think she handles it terribly. It's still up above her lower rib. I think this heifer's awfully darn good. Like to maybe make her a little bit more angular up into her head and her jaw. That's a really good heifer. This heifer here is a little bit more of a low profile and a little bit quicker pattern. You can really tell up through her front third, just a little bit lower up front, but we like a lot about her. She's a very well presented heifer. She's got an ample amount of depth to her, just really, really good. She's not as powerful in her hip as the two heifers ahead of her. I like the presentation. I like the way he shows her, just a really good kind of a heifer. The heifer here that follows her is really a long extended heifer that's got a tremendous amount of good and brood cow look. I think this would be a fun one to go on with. I think she can breed a lot of different pieces, but she does kind of put herself in pieces a little bit, primarily up through her front third when you ask her to move. Young man behind her, another excellent heifer, tons of depth and dimension. A lot of quality of this heifer. She gets a little bit more narrow back to her pins, just washed out a little bit from her hooks to her pins as well. A little bit more on the stale side, but I like her function and her stature, and just a very efficient type of female that's good enough on her feet and legs. Heifer that follows her is a little bit more extreme in her pattern, a little bit more shallow bodied in her kind. A little bit more tail head as well, and a little bit more narrow chested. But if you could just add a little bit more here and take a little bit more there, she'd find herself higher in the class because there's a lot of good things in this heifer. Exceptionally long muscle in this heifer. Probably one thing we don't all talk about enough. Muscle's easy to identify with width, but this is a really long muscled heifer that's got some quality in her. A quicker pattern heifer follows her, just doesn't have enough gas for Ryan or I get herself any higher, but we really liked how complete she was, deep all the way back to her flank. Could maybe tone her up just a little bit. Another really good heifer follows her. She's got some length, a tremendous amount of length and performance. She's more of an elevated heifer, probably a little too much leg under her, like to body her down just a little bit. But she smooths up and levels out nicer to get ahead of this heifer. It concludes the class. This is a moderate framed heifer that ties together really good. Relative to her size, she's exceptionally long hipped, takes a long stride, maybe straighten her up just a little bit off of her hock to the ground. But I think, all this is a breeding project. That is the number one thing for all these kids the whole way down. And there's a lot of bulls to improve and go on with. And that's what makes these programs so unique. Having heifers, you can go on and you can make the next generation better. So whether you're on the top of the class or on the end, you need to stick with it because I haven't seen one heifer here yet you couldn't breed to be better.
And your results for Class 38. First place goes to entry 304, TSSL Neil S.A. Kendall, owned by Hadley Hendrickson. Second place is entry 309, AMCD Miss Royal Loss, owned by Tyra Meyer. Third place, entry 311, KESC Lucy's Marvel, owned by Kessler Collins. Fourth place, entry 306, PRF R&K Laney, owned by Samantha Pico. Fifth place, entry 303, FSC Tub Lady, owned by Ryan Ratcliffe. Sixth place, entry 308, KJOR Lady Bells, owned by Kawaya Jorgensen. Seventh place, entry 310, CELL 3067, owned by Kyle Lenhart. Eighth place, entry 307, PBRS Lane, owned by Peyton Smallshoff. And ninth place, entry 305, CELL Layla, owned by Tavia Seymour. If you're following along in your program, the order for Class 38 is 51948623. Now in the ring, we have Class 39. Class 39 is Lim Flex females born February 6th through 10th. First in, we have entry 312, Auto Lights Out, shown by Claire Heeman of Napoleon, Missouri. Entry 313, SSUL Charm, owned by Gemma Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Entry 314, TFOR Lady Hood, owned by Trotter Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Entry 316, Ratliff Lucy, owned by Olivia Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Entry 317, SSUL How About Her, owned by Bailey Smith of Shakota, Oklahoma. Entry 318, KCOD Journey, owned by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Entry 320, CELL Lane, owned by Grayson Nightingale of Siston, South Dakota. And entry 321, Richardson's Licorice, owned by Molly McMurray of Hutchinson, Kansas. Once again, this is class 39 in the ring. We do appreciate the ring help we have out there. The board of directors have been switching on and off. I see Eliza Trull from Oklahoma, Boone Beggart from Texas, Michaela Askey from Arizona. I know Shane Kendall from North Carolina has been helping, Turner Sanders from Texas, J.C. Smith from Arkansas, Brent Gazaway from Oklahoma, Memphis Peterson from South Dakota, Wyatt Jacoby from Texas, and Kason Kaiser from Texas. When you get a moment, please let these junior advisors or these junior board members know what a great job they've done planning and this week alone.
We're going to go ahead and go with the most powerful, highest performing heifer of the class here. I think with that, she's relatively sound. We'd like to give her more stifle, and we'd like to tone her up in terms of her composition, but I think this is a really good heifer with a tremendous amount of body and performance, and kind of has that brood cow look. The heifer here in second we like a lot too. She's a smaller version of our class winner here. Very sound on her feet and legs, like how she goes. Maybe like to just kind of smooth her up in her tail head a little bit and give her a little bit more performance. This is a really good effort and very accurate on her feet and legs. The young lady's done a good job sticking with her, getting her shown very ample in terms of her muscle. I like the pattern in this heifer quite well. I wish she was a little bit bigger framed. Then we go to a more extreme heifer, the heifer here in third. I told Ryan she's about one frame size from just being awesome. And I don't mind them if they're that big at all, if they can hold everything together. This heifer's got some really interesting pieces. She's so elegant up through that front end. She's really, really good. And relative to her size, she's got enough rib, borderline. I just don't trust the fact that she won't grow away from this young lady, and I'd like to change her in her tail head and just smooth her up when she goes. On the standstill, though, she's got some really, really good pieces. The red heifer here, it follows her. We like a lot of things about her. Really like the stifle and hip in this heifer and how it carries into her hind leg. I'd like to clean her up primarily up through that brisket, just to make her a little bit more smoother, more feminine, freshen her up just a little bit. But that's an awfully good heifer, and she just got so much more power and forearm than the heifer that follows her. This heifer's just a little bit plainer relative to the class, a little bit rounder in her hip, just a little bit lower neck set, but I think this is an awfully good heifer in terms of having some ribs. She's very pulled apart in her rib and her hip and her stifle. A lot of good in this female as well. This is an extremely deep class. The heifer that follows her is a little bit more like our second place heifer relative to her frame size, but with that she's a little bit washed out in her loin, more up in her tail head, a little bit more stale over her chine. Just a very good kind of a female though. She's moderate and very efficient. The heifer that follows her we like quite a bit. Like that udder development for this age. I don't even know why she's that far along, but she is, and looks like she's going to have a nice udder. She just kind of labors in her movement and her spine and off both ends. Heifer that concludes the class, got more of a pronounced tail ahead, doesn't balance out quite as nice in her front end, how she handles her head and neck on the standstill, but this is a very good class from end to end.
And results for class 39. First place goes to entry 313 SSUL Charm, owned by Gemma Dorsey. Second place, entry 321 Richardson's Licorice, owned by Molly McCurry. Third place, entry 316 Ratliff Lucy, owned by Olivia Robbins. Fourth place, entry 318 KCOD Journey, owned by Kaya Cutting. Fifth place, entry 314 TFOR Lady Hood, owned by Trotter Thomas. Sixth place, entry 312 Auto Lights Out, owned by Claire Heeman. Seventh place, entry 317 SSUL How About Her, owned by Bailey Smith. Eighth place, entry 320 CELL Lane, owned by Grayson Nightingale. If you're following in your program, class 39 started with 6. Turn your page. 1, 5, 3, 7, 4, 8, 2. Now in the ring is class 40. Entry 322, HUBB Louisa, owned by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Entry 324 is a scratch. Entry 325, TFOR Levitate, owned by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. Entry 326, TFOR Leslie, owned by Diem Shoop of Iliff, Colorado. Once again, this is class 40 in the ring. These females were born February 4th and 5th.
We're going to leave these heifers how they come in. We kind of made that comment on the walk and agree now too. Heifer wins the class is a very complete female, is good in her rib, good back through her hip. Just a very, very complete heifer relative to class. Does a good job moving around the ring as well. Heifer there and stacking straighter up in that shoulder, a little bit thicker at the top of her neck, but a really good heifer that's got some shape to her. She kind of wants to taper off a little bit from her hooks to her pins, though, too, but very cowy made. The heifer that concludes the class just doesn't have the depth or capacity of the heifers ahead of her, a little bit more shallow underneath, and doesn't balance out quite as good back through her hip, and a little bit straighter up front, too. But from end to end, another really good class of heifers.
And your results for Class 40. First place goes to entry 322, Hub Louisa, owned by Tacey Baker. Second place, entry 325, TFOR Levitate, owned by Tyla Thomas. And third place, entry 326, TFOR Leslie, owned by DM Shupi. Next in is Class 41. These females were born January 19th through 30th. First in, we have entry 329, LAGC Little Wheezy, shown by Eliza Foster of Hammond, Louisiana. Second in, we have entry 330, CLAC London, owned by Connor London of Sycamore, Pennsylvania. Entry 332, MSHP Layla, owned by Jamie Benton of Glenwood, Iowa. Entry 333, Ratliff Lights Out, owned by Sadie Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas. Entry 334, Richardson's Lulu, owned by Ella Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. Entry 335, Attack Lucy, owned by Griffin Reese of Avon, Illinois. Entry 336, Attack Lovely, owned by Vincent Alfrey of Elmwood, Illinois. Entry 337, SHSK Cruella DeVille, owned by Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. And entry 338, DL Lakita, owned by Miley McGinnis of Prague, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 41. In the ring, these females were born January 19th through 30th. Don't forget, you can download all of the photos that are being taken today by Legacy Livestock Imaging. Go to their website, legacylivestockimaging.com. All photos are free thanks to our sponsors, Legacy Livestock, Davis Ranches, Edwards Landing Cattle, Lenape Cattle Company, Rafter DP Farm and Ranch, and Red Rock Limousine.
Really a big boned, big-footed female to win the class here. Got a lot of luck to her. She's got a lot of capacity and a lot of hip when you get behind her as well. And for how she's constructed, I think she moves plenty good too. The thing Ryan and I'd like to change about this heifer is her composition. Clean her up in her lower third and just firmen her up, freshen her up, tone her up a little bit. But I think there's so much good in this heifer you can't get past her. The heifer here in second's got a really good pattern as well. I like a lot of things about this heifer. Just a very complete little cow. Such a great breeding piece to go on with. All the fundamentals are there. She's good underneath. She's good back through her hip, like her moderation of frame with her added look. And these two heifers pair up pretty nice that follow her. The young man's heifer here just got a little bit more to her, got a little bit more stifle to her. Gives you more good angles when you're looking at her as well. She's really deep from her heart all the way back to her flank. Maybe like to give her a little bit more width in her pins, freshen her up in her front third a little bit. She wants to splay out a little. The heifer that follows her matches up, like I said, extremely good with the heifer, the young man's in front of her. This heifer's even a little bit more angular up through that front end. Doesn't carry quite the depth all the way back, but she's more feminine and she's a little bit fresher as well. Like to pull her apart and set her down on more bone. Really a stout-made heifer that needs toned up over her neck and her brisket, but got a tremendous amount of power and still very mobile for as much condition as she's carrying. Just like to tone her up, freshen her up, find her any higher. Nice heifer follows her, more of a raw design, open rib type heifer, a little more narrow when you get back behind her in her pones, and like to power up in terms of her bone. Heifer that follows her kind of wants to round out of her hip a little bit, and that carries down into her hind leg as well. But she's sure got a lot of rib, a lot of shape to her. We get into heifer, it's got a little more than ideal in terms of composition, but she's a moderate framed, easy, efficient type of a heifer that's very good on her feet and legs. Heifer, it concludes the class, kind of ducks out of her hip when you ask her to go, and that carries into her hind leg. Like to strengthen her up there a little bit, but she too is a moderate framed heifer that's got a really wide top and a lot of muscle over her back.
And your results for class 40. First place goes to entry 333, Ratliff Lights Out, owned by Sadie Eggers. Second place goes to entry 337, SHSK, Cruella DeVille, owned by Danica Lowry. Third place goes to entry 330, CLAC, London, owned by Connor London. Fourth place goes to entry 329, LAGC, Louise, owned by Eliza Foster. Fifth place goes to entry 334, Richardson's Lulu, owned by Ella Snyder. Sixth place goes to entry 332, MSHP Layla, owned by Jamie Benton. Seventh place goes to entry 336, Attack Lovely, owned by Vincent Alfrey. Eighth place goes to entry 335, Attack Lucy, owned by Griffin Reese. Ninth place goes to entry 338, DL Lakita, owned by Miley McGinnis. If you're following along in your program, class 41 begins with 4. Turn your page. 3, 6, 1, 5, 8, 7, 2, 9. Now in the ring is class 42. Class 42 begins with entry 339, DL Loretta, owned by William Roast of Nyanga, Missouri. Entry 340, DLCN Lolly, owned by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Entry 342, Mags 1516, owned by Stetson Phillips of Gary, Oklahoma. Entry 343, CLAC Lennox, owned by Claire Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Entry 344, TASF Lovely, owned by Benson Matlock of Greenfield, Indiana. Entry 345, CLAC Lacey, owned by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. Entry 347, CELL Lila, owned by Kawaya Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma. Entry 348, Legacy's Lexi, owned by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. And entry 350, Licorice, owned by Tucker Wheeler of Marshfield, Missouri. Once again, this is class 42. In the ring, these females were born January 2nd through 10th.
A nice pair of heifers up here on front. The class winner just puts the most good up for us. She's a very angular female. I like her in terms of her composition. Love the natural depth of body she's got to her. Ample in terms of her muscle, good out through her hip, and plenty good on her feet and legs. Really a nice class winner. The heifer here in second, young lady does a great job showing, and I think she puts a lot of good up as well. Just a little bit coarser through her chest, top of her neck, and her head, shoulder. Probably even in her hip, but there's a lot to this heifer. In fact, there's more to her than there is in number one, but I just don't think she is quite classy enough to run with our class winner here. Really well designed. I think this is an excellent breeding piece to go on because she's going to transmit a lot of bone and power with a good foot underneath of them. Really, really nice pair of heifers up here. The heifer here in third, we get into a couple of heifers that are just a little bit more awkward. They're so big framed, which I don't think is a problem if they can balance it all out. This heifer falls a little short, primarily off of her hind legs and how steep she is in her ankles. But I think in terms of length and production and productivity, I think she needs to be up there where she's at. That's a really good kind of a heifer. This heifer is just a little bit more mature up through her head and chest. But she's a level designed heifer over her top and back through her hip. She too handles her hind legs a little bit different from her hock to the ground than ideal when you ask her to go. But I think she's a very good kind of a heifer. This heifer that was up at the front of the lineup, just a little bit coarser in that shoulder. She's really long and she's level over her spine, back through her hip. Just like to body her down, put more sweep to her rib. Kind of a quicker pattern heifer here. Young man's got. I think she's very efficient in her type and kind. She looks very maternal as well. Doesn't have the power and bone of the heifers ahead of her. Young man's got a nice heifer relative to her size. Got a lot of bone and muscle in her. She really wants to pick that tail head up. I'd like to smooth her up there a little bit, but that's a really, really nice type of a heifer. We get into a couple heifers that are a little bit quicker pattern relative to the class. I think this heifer's just bolder sprung and deeper sided. Looks like she'll have a neat udder. I'd like to tone her up just a little bit in terms of her condition though, but she's got enough more body and she's better up from her hock to the ground, and the heifer concludes the class. This is a moderate framed heifer. It's got a tremendous amount of length in her for how moderate she is. A very unique breeding piece in her own right.
And your results for class 42. First place goes to entry 344, TASF Lovely, owned by Benson Matlock. Second place, entry 348, Legacies Lexi, owned by Claire Dorsey. Third place, entry CLAC Linux, owned by Claire Kessler. Fourth place, entry 345, CLAC Lacey, owned by Amanda Purvis. Fifth place, entry 339, DL Loretta, owned by William Roast. Sixth place, entry 350, Licorice, owned by Tucker Wheeler. Seventh place, entry 342, Mags 1516, owned by Stetson Phillips. Eighth place, entry 347, CELL Lila, owned by Kawaya Jorgensen. And ninth place, entry 340, DLCN Lolly, owned by Laney Woodall. If you're following in your program, the order for Class 42 was 5973148226. Now we have our class winners coming in from Division 5 for our Division 5 champion, reserve, and third overall. From Class 37, we have entry 297, PBRSDL Landslide, owned by Kogan Schilling of Goodland, Kansas. Class 38 winner was entry 304, TSSL Neil S.A. Kendall, owned by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. From Class 39, first place was entry 313, SSUL Charm, owned by Gemma Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. From Class 40, entry 322, Hub Louisa, owned by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Class 41 winner was entry 333, Ratliff Lights Out, owned by Sadie Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas. And from Class 44, entry 344, TASF Lovely, owned by Vincent Matlock of Greenfield, Indiana. Behind our class winners is our second place winners from Class 37. This is entry 302, SSUL Forever Charmed, owned by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. From Class 38, second place, 309, AMCD Miss Royal Lass, owned by Tyre Meyer of Sylvan Grove, Kansas. From Class 39, entry 321, Richardson's Licorice, owned by Molly McCurry of Hutchinson, Kansas. Class 40, entry 325, TFOR Levitate, owned by Tyler Thomas of Sterling, Colorado. In Class 41, we have entry 337, SHSK, Cruella DeVille, owned by Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. And second place from Class 42 is entry 348, Legacies Lexi, owned by Claire Dorsey of Witt, Illinois. Once again, this is your Division 5 Lim Flex champion, reserve, and third overall selection.
Well, Wow, what a really, really nice set of females when you get them back out here. And really, really deep set, but there's a couple of them in here. If they don't get you excited, then I don't really know what will. And we'll describe them here real quickly. The young man's heifer here out of the first class, one we talked earlier, we really liked her when she came into class, one that offers some look and some presence from the side. She's pretty good down her top and out and through her hip. She's deep and soft in the center portion of her body. Jason and I were talking. We maybe want to just pull her apart in her forerib, but that's being really critical of a really nice female for that young man. The heifer that comes here out of the second class is one that's hit us pretty hard. One, when you look at her from the side, just in terms of her balance, her neck ties high at the top side of her shoulder. She's good down her top and out and through her hip. And yet when you get in behind her, she's pretty genuine in terms of the stoutness and power that she exhibits from hooks to pins. A female that's plenty good when you set her into motion. We really like how she flexes out of her front end. Her angles all look great. Just a really, really nice female for that young lady, and she does a good job getting her presented. The heifer that comes here out of the third class, one that we talked about earlier, has some rib and some body, maybe carrying just a little extra condition today. Maybe when you set her into motion, just wants to kind of drop from hooks to pins, but still a really, really nice female, and she's doing an excellent job. The heifer that comes here out of the fourth class, one that we thought offered some look and some presence from the side. I think a female that offers some rib to go along with it. We maybe just like to see her carry some more body down through her rear rib and flank, but that young man's doing an excellent job. The young lady's heifer that comes here out of the fifth class, one that offers a great deal of foot and bone. She's really stout and powerful when you get in behind her. She's maybe carrying just a little extra condition to go along with it, but a stout, powerful, rugged female that offers some really nice pieces. The heifer that comes here out of the last class, one we talked earlier, pretty neat and attractive, offers some look and some presence from the side. She too is pretty genuine just in terms of her rib and depth of body. When you get in behind her, I think she has plenty of stoutness and power to go along with it. This young man's doing a good job hanging with her. Jason and I have talked, and the champion in this division will go to the heifer out of the second class. Congratulations. As we bring the second place heifer here out of that class, definitely not a slouch and by any means, one that offers some good rib and body, pretty good in terms of her structure. She maybe just didn't have quite the look and the presence of our class winner. We're going to go ahead and talk about it and then get a reserve here. So we talked to the reserve. This heifer here, this young lady's here out of the second to last class. Man, she is stout and powerful. One we just like to tone down a little bit, but she'll go ahead and be your reserve. Congratulations.
Exhibitors, remember, we pick a third overall, so stay put, please.
Young man, your heifer will be third. Congratulations.
And your Division 5 Lim Flex champion comes out of class 38, entry 304, TSSL Neil S.A. Kendall, owned by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. Your Division 5 Lim Flex Reserve champion comes out of 41, entry 333, Ratliff Lights Out, owned by Sadie Grace Edgers of Humboldt, Kansas. And third overall is entry 344 from class 42, TASF Lovely, owned by Benson Matlock of Greenfield, Indiana. Now coming in the ring, we have class 43. These females were born December 12th to December 31st. Entry 352 is a scratch. Entry 353 is MLP Katniss, owned by Trip James of Durant, Oklahoma. Entry 354, DJ Cleopatra, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 355, the number has been changed to 398, and it's ELCX Cassie, owned by Taylor Holloway of Fort White, Florida. Entry 356 is JTBW Cookie Crisp, owned by Tanner Brown of Venus, Texas. And entry 358, SJMR Princess Kate, owned by Samantha Jo Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Once again, this is class 43 in the ring.
Really a well-made, cowy little female and very accurate on her underpinnings, and I think that's what sorts the pair. When you ask them to go, I think she's extremely good underneath. Love her on her feet and legs, love her body and her hip. She's really a deep-bodied female. She's very efficient. Just love her kind. She looks like the perfect little cow. The heifer here in second, we liked a whole lot too. And she kept growing on us the longer she was out here. For being that big, I think she's awfully complete. She's just a little bit more restricted in her movement when you ask her to go, but I think she's a very, very good kind of a heifer. I like the condition she comes in. She's good in her rib. She's good back through her hip. Just a very unique kind of a heifer to be that big and that complete. The little heifer that follows her is just a little bit more tighter wound than the two heifers ahead of her. Doesn't have quite the sweep or the balance of the heifers in front of her, but I think she's awfully good. She's sure got a lot of body. She's got a lot of shape to her rib and a big hip. A little deeper neck than those two also, but I think she's just got more to her than the heifers that follow her. These two heifers are a little bit more restricted in their movement. This heifer's a little bit flatter rib and really tapers into her pins, but I think relative to her size, she's really good in her depth of rib. She's wanting to fight the young man leading a little bit, but I think there's some good to this heifer. Extremely long hipped. The heifer concludes the class is laboring off of her hind legs, primarily that left one. I think if she was freed up, she could find herself higher because she's a really good breeding piece in terms of her size and her rib, and she's a very complete female, just a little bit straighter on both ends.
And your results for Class 43. First place goes to entry 358 SJMR Princess Kate, shown by Samantha Moore. Second place, entry 354 DJ Cleopatra, owned by Rowdy Berry. Third place, entry 353 MLP Katniss, owned by Trip James. Fourth place, entry 356 JTBW Cookie Crisp, owned by Tanner Brown. And fifth place, entry 398 ELCX Cassie, owned by Taylor Holloway. If you're following in your program, Class 43, the first one was a scratch, 3, 2, 5, 4, 1. Now coming in the ring, we have Class 44. Class 44 is November 1st through 27th, females. First in, we have entry 359 ELCX Keisha, owned by Delia Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. Entry 361 PBRS KJ, owned by Daniel Kearns of Quitman, Texas. Entry 362 BRDG Google, owned by Carver Pryor of Woodbine, Iowa. Entry 363 DLCN Kipper, owned by Lainey Woodall of Pattonville, Texas. Entry 365 NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Entry 366 TASF Kinda Classy, owned by Josie Wilkins of Lamar, Arkansas. Entry 367 BMFK Kinsley, owned by Bree Engler of Carbondale, Kansas. Entry 368 SCHUR Coda, owned by Carson Curry of Abernathy, Texas. Entry 370 PRBS Cookies and Cream, owned by Caitlin Skiles of Council Hill, Oklahoma. Once again, this is Class 44 in the ring. These females were born November 1st through 27th. If you have lost your phone, there was one turned in that was found in the women's restroom. Please come to the stage to claim it. Once again, if you've lost your phone or you know someone that has, it was found in the women's restroom. Please come up to the stage to claim it.
Really a close pair, and I'll just kind of tell you what we were seeing and differences we were talking with. There's more heifer in this class winner. There's more hip in this heifer. There's more true stifle in her. There's more lower quarter. Just a little bit more the whole way through. I think this is an awfully good heifer, and it's hard to pick on her. Teats might be just a little bit close, but you know, until she calves, we don't want to get too carried away there. Be ideal. That's one thing we see. She's got some pone on her, but I wouldn't call her any further along in terms of condition than this heifer here in second. She just holds it different than this female here in second. This female in second, we like a lot of things about. We really, really like this heifer for moderation and her cow look, and she's very angular. She just gives up the power in the forearm and the muscle of our class winner, but yet they're still quite a lot alike. Just a little bit quicker pattern too as well, but a very, very efficient kind. The heifer here in third, we like a lot of things about. She's a bigger, coarser heifer, but she maintains a tremendous amount of power and moves pretty good with it. She could move just a little bit more fluent, and we'd like to see her hit that track. Unbelievable power and length, though. A lot to that heifer. We get into a very efficient, moderate framed heifer. I'd like to tone up in terms of her composition. Like to lean her up high and underneath. But I think she looks like a very efficient little cow, as well as the one that follows her. She wants to push out just a little bit more brisket than what's ideal for Ryan and I today, but I think she's a cow that's got some strength to that forearm. She's got a lot of bone. She's got a big old foot underneath of her as well. I think she's an excellent breeding piece. Like to soften her up in that forerib. Heifer that follows her got a little more set from her hock to the ground. Like to fix that, as well as her tail head. Like her moderation of frame. Really like the angles from her shoulder up to her ears. I think she's a heifer with a lot of good pieces. Young lady's heifer here, third from the bottom. She's another very efficient, moderate framed heifer that's clean jointed and moves well too. She too's got just a little bit more up in her tail head, and her pone's an ideal. Like to freshen her up just a little bit and make a little more heifer, but I think that's good. Definitely more heifer and more performance in this heifer here, just a little bit coarser all the way throughout. She's coarser in her teeth, she's coarser in her joints and shoulder, but I think she's a very good kind of a heifer, and for as long as she is, she's extremely deep-sided. She handles her hind leg better than the heifer. It concludes the class. This heifer does have a big old foot underneath of her, though, and she's exceptionally long-bodied. She gets a little bit more ewe-necked and like to just see more substance to her, but sure admire her for her length.
Your results for Class 44. First place goes to entry 365, NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell. Second place goes to entry 359, ELCX Keisha, owned by Delayla Laver of Hillsboro, Ohio. Third place goes to entry 362, BRDG Google, owned by Carver Pryor. Fourth place, entry 370, PRBS Cookies and Cream, owned by Caitlin Skiles. Fifth place, entry 366, TASF Kinda Classy, owned by Josie Wilkins. Sixth place, entry 361, PBRS KJ, owned by Daniel Kearns. Seventh place, entry 367, BMFK Kinsley, owned by Bree Engler. Eighth place, entry 368, SCHUR Coda, owned by Carson Curry. And ninth place, entry 363, DLCN Kipper, owned by Lainey Woodall. If you're following in your program, the order for Class 44 is 2639, 15784. Now entering the ring, we have Class 45. These females were born October 1st through 30th. Entry 371 is TASF Cool Tunes, owned by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Entry 372, ZSZS Carey, owned by Ella Snyder of Fort Scott, Kansas. Entry 373, KCLM Kiss Me More, owned by Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Entry 375 is a scratch. Entry 377, TJFR Cadillac, owned by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. Entry 380, CICL Chrome, owned by Olivia Ord of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Entry 381, TASF Kinsley, owned by Dalen Moore of Connecticut, Oklahoma. Entry 382, BNBA Kelsey Joe, owned by Addison Wall of Thrall, Texas. Entry 383, MINO Know It All, owned by Aaliyah Wick of Buffalo Center, Iowa. And entry 384, KLVN 244, owned by Kyle Linhart of Leon, Iowa. Once again, this is class 45 in the ring, females, born October 1st through 30th.
This heifer demands quite a bit of respect here just to be that big and that powerful and still pretty mobile. Both of us would like to tone her down just a little bit and freshen her up. But I think it's pretty hard to deny how much this heifer's got to her, and she still gets around the ring fine. Maybe like to make her a little bit more maternal design, but I think this is an awfully powerful heifer that fits winning this class quite well. The heifer here in second, that tail throws her out of balance just a little bit. She just kept working her way up because fundamentally I think she's an awfully good heifer. Really long up through that neck, tremendous rib, like the condition she's in for this age. Got some muscle to her. You know, maybe not as pretty as some we've seen, but I think when you just stop and break it down, I think this heifer has to be second just for the fundamentals. The heifer here in third, she's a big outlined heifer with a tremendous amount of growth and power. She wants to get just a little bit higher in that tail head, and I'd like to see her get off of her hind legs better to get any higher in the class. Going to develop a neat little udder there. I like this heifer here quite well in terms of length, especially up high. She's a really long spined heifer that's exceptionally long hipped as well. She kind of wants to fight her a little bit and pick her top up when she goes and just gets a little bit more tangle off her hind legs and maybe what's ideal. But I think there's enough more femininity and growth and performance to get over this heifer here. This heifer is very efficient. She's just a little bit too moderate to get any higher in the class. She's a little bit lower fronted, a little bit more conventional, if you will, but I think she's got a tremendous amount of rib. She looks like she's going to have neat, thin little teats on her as well. The heifer that follows her is a little bit more straighter designed underneath. She's a little bit more tubular. Like to see more natural sweep to her. Looks like she's going to have a perfect udder. We get in some heifers that just don't balance out quite as nice. This one's tighter in her spine and her hip, and I think that same theme carries down into her hind leg as well. This heifer is a little more stale in her composition. She is exceptionally long. She's exceptionally long from her hooks to her pins. She's a very nice made type of a heifer. I just like to freshen her up primarily in her pones. we get a heifer that's good and efficient and moderate. She's got some depth of rib to her, and she's got a lot of good in her. Like to just stouten her up off of her bone and give her a little bit more flex as she goes, and clean her up on top of her neck a little bit. But from end to end, another really, really high quality class.
And your results for Class 45. First place goes to entry 377, TJFR Cadillac, owned by Ty Freed. Second place goes to entry 384, KVLN, owned by Kyle Lenhart. Third place goes to entry 380, CICL Chrome, owned by Olivia Ord. Fourth place goes to entry 371, TASF Cool Tunes, owned by Liliana Portwood. Fifth place goes to entry 383, MINO Know It All, owned by Aaliyah Wiki. Sixth place goes to entry 381, TASF Kinsley, owned by Dalen Moore. Seventh place goes to entry 372, ZSZS Carey, owned by Ella Snyder. Eighth place goes to entry 373, KCLM Kiss Me More, owned by Kenley Collum. And ninth place goes to entry 382, BNBA Kelsey Joe, owned by Addison Wall. If you're following in the program, the order for Class 45 is 478. Turn your page, scratch 136952. We are on our final class of the day. This is Class 46, September females, born September 1st through 27th. First in, entry 385, TJFR Kalua, owned by Haley Melander of Hawthorne, Florida. Entry 386, MINO Knockout, owned by Karis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 388 is a scratch. Entry 389 is TSSL Bottom Lethal Lady, owned by Braylon Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana. Entry 390 is CELL 2390, owned by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Entry 391 is ASBK Kit Kat, owned by Ashley Schrag of Moundridge, Kansas. Entry 392 is DL Kate Spade, owned by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas. And entry 394 is HB Fancy, owned by Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. Once again, this is Class 46, September females. After Class 46, we will have our Division 6 selection, and then get ready for our grand champion Lim Flex drive.
give and take in this class. This heifer may not be as powerful as some we've seen, but I think in terms of structural correctness, I think she wins the class. She just puts the most good up. I think she's good enough up through her front third. She's exceptionally long-bodied, really, really long out of her hip. Just a very fault-free kind of a heifer. Really like her teat placement and how it's spaced out as well. The heifer here in second is definitely coarser in her kind, but in some ways that's a good thing because she comes with more bone, she comes with more power, really good behind her shoulder. She's a little bit plainer in spots. When you ask her to move, I don't think she can hold herself together as well as the heifer beats her. The heifer here in third, really a high volume female with tons of body to her. I think she's very far along in terms of gestation, and she's right at the breaking point of it, almost working against her. I'd like to loosen her up and soften her up over her spine just a little bit and refine her in her teat size, but that's a nice heifer. This heifer here in fourth is a lot the same way, just a little bit plainer throughout. I'd like to tone her up in terms of her composition. Really appreciate how far along she is in terms of her gestation and really wanting to bag up. There's a lot of good in this heifer as well. Just like to freshen her up some. The heifer that follows her is a little bit tighter spine. She's tighter in her loin, and I'd like to change her off of her hind too when you ask her to go, but that's a really good kind of a heifer. We get into a couple of heifers that are a little bit more stale in their kind, but I think they're good. This heifer takes a really, really long stride. I think that's a good thing because she's got some added bone as well. There's a lot of good in that heifer. She's exceptionally long-bodied as well. The heifer concludes the class. I think you dang sure got to recognize how deep she is. The mid portion of her rib, just a little bit more stale. That's evident through her tail, head, and her pones. But I think a really, really good breeding piece as far as one to transmit body and flesh and ability to her progeny.
And your results for class 46. First place goes to entry 389, TSSL BTOM Lethal Lady, owned by Braylon Schaefer. Second place, entry 385, TJFR Kalua, owned by Haley Melander. Third place, entry 386, MINO Knockout, owned by Karis Wilson. Fourth place, entry 394, HB Fancy, owned by Ashlyn Pop. Fifth place, entry 390, CELL 2390, owned by Carly Favor. Sixth place, entry 392, DL Kate Spade, owned by Paisley King. And seventh place, entry 391, ASBK Kit Kat, owned by Ashley Schrag. If you're following in your program, class 46 order was 2-3 scratch, 157. Turn your page, 6-4. We now have coming in the ring our class winners from Division 6. The judges will be choosing Division 6 Lim Flex champion, reserve champion, and third overall. Coming in from class 43, first place was entry 358, SJMR Princess, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. First place from class 44 is entry 365, NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Class 45, entry 377, TJFR Cadillac, owned by Ty Freed of Fairbury, Illinois. From class 46, first place, entry 389, TSSL BTOM Lethal Lady, owned by Braylon Schaefer. Second placings in each of our classes are entry 354, DJ Cleopatra, owned by Rowdy Berry of Port Orchard, Washington. Entry 359, ELCX Keisha, owned by Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. Entry class 45, entry 384, KBLN. 244, owned by Kyle Linhart. And from class 46, entry 385, TJFR Kalua, owned by Haley Melander of Hawthorne, Florida. Once again, this is your Division 6 Lim Flex champion, reserve, and third overall selection. I do want to remind you, as our show is winding down, because the Grand Champion Drive is coming up next, we have last call on our t-shirts. over by the photographer's table. Last call for showmanship shirts and show day shirts. Those are $10. I also want to let any of y'all know that participated in the Limmy Littles. If you are a participant in the Limmy Littles, there is a goodie bag for you outside of the office. It's the red Sullivan bag. Please only take one, and these are for those that participated in the Limmy Littles.
Well, here as we round out the day on the last division, go ahead and give these young exhibitors a round of applause. Really, really nice division of senior yearlings. We'll describe how we see them. This heifer here out of the first division, one that we have to appreciate just in terms of her look and her balance from the side. She's pretty correct down her top and out and through her hip. As Jason and I were talking, we'd maybe just like to see her a little stouter from behind, especially in relation to that heifer out of the class behind her. But still a really nice ribbed, deep-bodied female that does a lot of good things. The heifer that comes here out of the second class, definitely one that offers some length and some extension from the side, one that's really good in terms of her feet and her legs. When you get in behind her, that's probably where we're the most impressed. She's a stout hip female that carries that shape down into her lower stifle and twist. Just a really, really nice female, and that young lady's doing a good job. The young man's female here out of the third class is one that's big-footed and big-boned, definitely has plenty of width and dimension when you get in behind her. Maybe sometimes that just comes at a little bit of a cost. She's probably the bigger-shouldered female that kind of, just wants to fall apart up front, but still a really nice, bold, stout female for that young man, and he does a good job. The heifer here out of the fourth class, definitely one that offers some look and some presence from the side. She's a long-bodied female that's neat and feminine. We just like to see her a little wider throughout. She probably needs to be a little bolder in terms of her rib, a little stouter and more powerful when you get in behind her. But that young man's doing a great job, and that's a nice female for him. So we'll go ahead and pick your champion in reserve and third. Congratulations, exhibitors. You're doing a great job. As we bring the second place heifer here out of the second class back in, one we talked about earlier, we really like her look and her design from the side, one that's plenty good in terms of her structure. As we talked about earlier, we just want to see her just a little more heifer there. I like to stouten her up throughout, but still a really nice female, and that young lady does a good job. This heifer out of the first class will be a reserve division. This heifer out of the second class will be third. Congratulations.
And your Division 6 Lim Flex champion comes out of Class 44, entry 365, NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Your Division 6 reserve champion comes out of Class 43, entry 358, SJMR Princess Kate, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. And third overall comes out of Class 44 as well, entry 359, Delayla Lauber of Hillsboro, Ohio. We are now ready for our Grand Champion Lim Flex Drive. We will be selecting Grand Champion, Reserve Champion, third, fourth, and fifth overall. Coming out of Division 1, we have entry 124, PBRS Long Jump, owned by Taylor Elmore of Hominy, Oklahoma. From Division 2, we have entry 168, Auto Lucky Lou, owned by Keaton Schultz of Danielsville, Georgia. From Division 3, we have entry 184, KYNM Gabby, owned by Katie Thomas of Ropesville, Texas. Coming out of Division 4, we have entry 280, J6 Dana, owned by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Coming out of Division 5, we have entry 304, TSSL Neil S.A. Kendall J., owned by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And coming out of Division 6, entry 365, NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Behind each of these division winners is your reserve winners. From Division 1, reserve was entry 111, CHAC, Man, I Feel Like a Woman, owned by Logan Joseph Sashry of Dayton, Texas. From Division 2, it's entry 173, CELL 3354, owned by Claire Sinnott of Waynetown, Indiana. From Division 3, it's entry 184, KYNM Gabby. No, excuse me, it's entry 210. TSSL Neil SAO My, owned by Kessler Collins of Flanagan, Illinois. From Division 4, it's entry 269. TSSL Maine Larissa, owned by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. From Division 5, your reserve was entry 333. Ratliff Lights Out, owned by Sadie Eggers of Humboldt, Kansas. And reserve from Division 6 is entry 358. SJMR Princess Kate, owned by Samantha Moore of Staunton, Virginia. Once again, this is your reserve, grand reserve, 3rd, 4th, 5th overall, Lim Flex Female Champion Drive.
Well, what an outstanding lineup of females. It's definitely an honor and a privilege to be here today. I want to thank the Limousin Association, the juniors out here. I want to thank Jason for letting me tag along here today. My dad had a great deal of respect for Jason, and so it's been an honor and a privilege to get out here and sort these with him. I really appreciate him having me along. Most importantly, though, these kids, man, they've been awesome out here today, just in terms of the way that they act and they treat everybody with respect. I think that's something that's so neat about ag, and I think it's so neat about showing cattle is these young kids are getting to grow up in it, and they're getting to be great people. You know, here over the last year, I've kind of had to get a lot of perspective. And I think, as Jason alluded to earlier, you need to think about what's really important, and that's, getting to do this with your family, no matter the outcome. That's what's important, and those are the memories that you'll get to share and hold on to. And so I've just been really impressed with the Limousin breed. The cattle have been excellent. The juniors have been excellent. So go ahead and give them a round of applause, and thank you for allowing me to be here.
Good job to Ryan, and it's been really easy to work with him out here. And I love these junior activities, and I love them a lot more now that I'm a parent. And in today's times, it's way more important we keep these kids and kids like this in ag. There's hundreds of different jobs and varieties of jobs in agriculture right now. And Ryan's a product of these junior programs, and keeping somebody like him involved in ag is huge. He's about to finish his law degree. He lives and breathes this stuff. He lives and breathes the genetics. There for a generation, kind of the generation ahead of me, so many people were pushed off the family farms to go do something else, but we're such a minute number, and we got so much power and strength in this youth that you can be so creative in whatever job you want in agriculture. And I look at somebody like Ryan, and if we could have somebody like that on the law side fighting for our way of life and what we do, I think that's huge. And there's so many potential leaders out here, and these programs mold them probably better than anything going and dang sure anything we are ever exposed to. These programs mold future leaders to the highest level, and you can be the president, NCBA, or whoever, and you admire kids that grow up showing livestock. It is such a huge thing, and when people go to higher and outside livings, if you have ag and that you grew up on a farm or were involved with people on a farm, it just moves you way up the list. And right now, your contemporaries aren't all that shiny. So all you got to do is be able to go out there and be willing to work, and you have a stronghold for the future. And when times look the bleakest, there's probably more opportunity to make money in this lifestyle than ever before and make a good living for your family. It's the last wholesome thing to do in this world, and you should be very proud as parents or leaders or neighbors or friends for having this group of kids out here and the ones back in the barn. Why don't you give them a big round of applause, and we'll go pick your champions.
And your grand champion, Lim Flex female, comes out of Division 5, entry 304 TSSL Neil S.A. Kendall, owned by Hadley Hendrickson of Farmland, Indiana. And your reserve grand champion, Lim Flex female, comes out of Division 6, entry 365. NCC Kiki, owned by Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. Your third overall Lim Flex female comes out of Division 4, entry 280. J6 Dana 413, owned by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma. Fourth overall comes out of Division 3, entry 184. KYNM Gabby, owned by Kinley Mae Thomas of Ropesville, Texas.